All right, so this is to test the live stream, see if we're synced up. I'm coming through. Do we have lip sync as well? Mic check.
sorry Robert Williams is not here, right? Then you bring Teresa Irvin up, whichever one of y'all want to do it. Then you do the three welcome,
Okay.
and then they do it.
All right.
Whatever's in the office.
Okay.
Only one I don't see is Robert Williams. Now, do you need for me to do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a mic here. Good morning. Okay, so this side of the room thinks it's a good morning. Maybe the rest of y'all need coffee. Let's try it again. Good morning. It's a great day to be in South Carolina, so we're going to get started. We'll find a way. So we're going to get started. So the first thing we're going to do is bring up some representatives to bring greetings, and then we're going to get a welcome and permission, amen, to host. Oh, I thought I was in church. I said amen, didn't I? And then we're going to have greetings and permission from the people who own this land on which we stand, because I remember one of our indigenous brothers saying to me a while back that every morning when we wake up, the first thing we do is put our feet on stolen land, right? And so we want to acknowledge the indigenous people who were here first and on whom soil we stand today. And so we're going to start off first by asking that we get greetings from our federal level. Representative Tom Rice could not be with us. We're bipartisan. We work for everyone, Democrat, Republican, etc. So Representative Tom Rice could not be here, but from his office we have Pam Radcliffe, and so we're going to ask her to come up and give us greetings. I have not seen State House Representative, who is a Democrat, Robert Williams. He's on his way. He has taken out time to come and bless us with greetings at some point in time or the other. And then we have City Councilwoman Teresa Irvin. And then after that, we'll have host greetings. And then we'll have a ceremonial welcome from our indigenous brothers and sisters. We have several tribes represented, and we'll have them introduced by Chief Pete Blue Hawk Barr, who is the chief of the PD Indian tribe, after whom this region is named. And so at this time, we're going to ask that Pam Radcliffe come to the stage representing the office of Congressman Tom Rice. Let us put our hands together as she comes.
Hi, I'm Pamela Ratliff. I'm the PD Office Director for Congressman Rice. He apologizes that he couldn't be here today as he is in D.C., but he wanted to send his well wishes, and he would like to commend Leo Woodbury on his organization of this fine event, and thank y'all all for coming. And he extends his hopes for a successful conference. And if you ever have any federal issues, feel free to call our office. We're there Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. And thank you again for including us today and allowing us to bring you greetings.
Thank you. Councilwoman Teresa Irvin.
Good morning. You know, I'm like Reverend Woodbury. Y'all have got to liven up. I know we say the climate is changing, but I hope we're changing for joy and happiness still for every day that we're here. So on behalf of the City of Florence, our mayor and our city council and the staff, we would like to bid you welcome. And also for Reverend Woodbury and his team, thank you for choosing the City of Florence to host this great event. To everyone who's participating, thank you for all that you're doing, because I truly believe, and I tell people, we're simply stewardship for a short time over this land. It does not belong to us. It was here before even we were, and we're simply caretakers to take care of it. And I listened to Reverend Woodbury as he said the indigenous people possessed this land before anyone outside of the United States came. So this truly is the land that we're serving with the indigenous people who was given stewardship over this land. So thank you for allowing us to still remain here on your homeland. Thank you. And with that being said, living on what I would say is simply borrowed time and borrowed land. Thank you for doing the things that needed to be done to take care of it. Continue to grow in your knowledge that you may share it with all of us. Continue to grow in your knowledge that you may share it with the future generations who will be in charge of taking care of this great earth. I know there are some among us who take it simply to get value for profiting for it, but I'm thankful to have it because I need somewhere to live. So thank you for all that you're doing. Thank you for being here in Florence. If there's anything at any time that I can do to truly help you, if it's in my ability to do it, I will do it. So once again, thank you for being here, and you're welcome to have your way as the great Creator give you authority to do so. Thank you.
Good morning. Kingdom Living Temple would like to say welcome to each and every one to our 10th annual Creating a Climate for Change conference.
Good morning, everybody. I said good morning, everybody. Y'all too quiet in here for me this morning. Truthfully, it is good to see each one of you in here this morning. And on behalf of New Alpha CDC, I come to bid you greetings of welcome. I hope you felt a welcoming presence as you entered the doors, and I hope you continue to enjoy your stay. I want to say welcome to the conference, welcome to Florence, South Carolina, and just stay and just enjoy everything that's gonna be here today. Y'all, if y'all have any questions, I'll be floating through. So if you have anything that you need, concerns, please feel free to let me know. And again, I bid you welcome. Good morning. Wake up.
I think he said everything, right? But I greet y'all in with the Whitney M. Slater Foundation. Thank y'all for coming. I thank all the students, especially from South Carolina State. That's where my daughter went to school at, Allen University. We love you because y'all right over there in Columbia. So, so welcome to everybody that come, and thank y'all for everything. And just like Rashad say, I'll be running around here. If y'all need anything, just pull me aside, okay? Thank y'all.
I would like to introduce Pete Parr.
Good morning. Oh, it's such a good sight to see all these pretty faces. I'm the chief of the PD Indian tribe. My Indian name is Peter Bluehawk, but everybody call me Pete. Chief Pete. Don't know about that. But anyway, we're going to welcome each and everyone here today on our tribal grounds. Used to be our tribal grounds. Many years ago, it was taken away from us. I'm talking in the mic. Oh, okay. Can everybody hear me now? Good. Used to be our tribal ground, but it was taken away from us many years ago. But this was a PD area, PD land. PD tribes lived here. But we'd like to welcome y'all here today with open hands and hope they don't come back cut off. Just a joke. It did happen to us, though, years ago. but we'd like to thank you, and it's an honor to have you, each and every one here. I know a lot of faces. I know a lot of names. I'm not going to go to all of them, but I do welcome each and every one here. The Sierra Club, the Dogwood Alliance. There are 2 Sierra Clubs, Virginia Sanders. And what's her name? Virginia? No. The one in the purple? I can't think of your name, I'm sorry. Okay, her too. Michael Malcolm of the Interfaith of, I think, Georgia? Alabama. Okay, and a lot of other y'all. We appreciate you here today. Amy, Lucia, is that Emily? Emily, oh, it's such a great face. I'd like to introduce some of our tribal members are here today, sitting over at the table there with the justice hats on, 2 of them, and the rest of them, they got a little bit of hair to cover. Wayne Evans is our chairman. Rick Levine is on the committee that helps us do a whole lot of things. Randolph Small, he's a councilman. His brother Larry Small, he's a member of the tribe. And we have a special guest here with us today that came up, Chief Ben Thompson of the Winyah tribe out of the low country of South Carolina. And then we have a very special group here today. They come all the way from the Tuscaroras out of North Carolina Nation. Their drum leader is Anya Locklear. And one of the drum players is Charles. And the other one, I think he told me Camellia, I believe. We'd like to thank you. They're going to do some special drumming for us. And we have a special guest here that come all the way from Spokane, Washington, John Jacobs. Jacobs John. I keep calling him backwards. He is going to be an advisor for us today, and he's going to say the opening prayer for us. And we all welcome you. And I think I know that's Miss Florence. How you doing? I probably know a lot of you, I just don't know your names, so I apologize. But I hope y'all have a wonderful day, and God bless you all.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jacob Johns. I want to thank the PD tribe for allowing us to step on their territory here. It's a beautiful place to be in a space with people who are working on trying to save the planet. And that's something that you can all identify with and we can really bring forward. So I just want to say some opening blessings and do a prayer. I'm Hopi and Anakamahatum. I'm from Arizona. I live in Spokane, Washington, but we're all here to focus on the movement. So I just want to say that. Loma tolawuva, itam navota, itam navota natatimai. Hake mui wik iyamakwa, serimota, suku serdam. Serimota jo hare toya kukiwati yo no hai. Serimota yo ria toya kukiwati yo no hai. Seko sape hai tao mo hai serimotam ka wi tao serimotam yoria toya kutiwati yo no hai Se rimotam yoria toya kutiwati yo no hea. Se ko sape tamataha. Aya toya kutiwati yo no hea. Se rimotam yoria toya kutiwati yo no hea. Se rimotam yoria toya kutiwati yo no hea. Se ko sape ay tama ay taha. Si toya kutiwati yo no hea. Thank you.
I forgot my wife and my daughter, Katie, and Patricia. Patricia's my wife, my daughter's Katie, and my 2 grandkids are here. They're getting dressed. I hate to leave them out because they're with me. Thank you. We're going to turn over to the drum team. Anya, you got the floor, bud. Thank you.
Juan, Escana, Katana Juniors, Yate, Yagari with the thought, the Ega Hewe, Honorable Yuga, Watnane, Dice, Sete, Juknage. What I basically was saying is just our group is called Katana Juniors, which means people of the submerged pines. That we're Tuscarora from, and our homelands are North Carolina. And at this time, we're going to start out with singing a honor song for everyone that's here and for the cause that they're here for. And after that, we'll do a grass dance, and either myself or Jacob will explain the dance and tell you a little story about where it comes from. And then Charles here, he'll get up and demonstrate the dance, and we'll sing that song. Yeah,
If we can have everybody stand up for this honor song. Yeah, so it was an honor song, and the reason that we have everybody stand is just to honor everyone. So I just want to run by real quick what it is that we're going to start doing a grass dance, and just explain a little bit where the grass dance comes from. The grass dance comes from the Plains Indians, which is from the Middle America here. And what happened is that before the Plains Indians would set up camp, there would be tall grass, and they would send the warriors out to come and dance to push down the grass so that the tribe could make camp and have a flat place to live for the time that they would stay there. And so my brother here is going to demonstrate that dance. This is where that dance comes from, is to pushing down a thing to make way for the people. Okay, great. So we're going to hand over the mic here back to Reverend Leo Woodbury here.
Let's put our hands together again for the Tuscaloosa tribe and others. Amen. God, I feel like I'm in church. I keep saying amen. But that was a very spiritual experience, and we're going to continue that by blessing this gathering. We're going to ask my friend E.J. Warrior, an activist, to come and bless us with a prayer. I'm talking about he who is the pastor of Rush Memorial United Church of Christ. He is also the executive director and founder of the People's Justice Council and heads up Alabama Interfaith Power and Light. Let us put our hands together as Reverend Michael Malcolm comes to open us up with a prayer.
Amen. Thank you to Reverend Woodbury, New Alpha CDC, Kingdom Living Temple, Whitney M. Slater Foundation, and all those who have come to help make this day great. Let us pray. Great Creator, to you, the architect of creation, we say thank you. To you who placed creation in harmony to sustain itself and us, we say thank you. To you whom my ancestors would call Spirit, we say thank you. We welcome you, Spirit, in this place, in this space that we now consecrate as sacred space. Move on the hearts of your creation. Bring us courage, joy, and vision. Give us strength to push down and clear the path. Push down oppression. Push down inequity. Push down injustice to make a path for our future. Guide our minds to think with a renewed mind. Guide our tongues to speak words of life. And guide our feet to continue to run this race. It is in your name we pray. Amen.
Next, we will have a dance by Chief Parr and his family.
Okay, I'm sorry. My wife and daughter, they don't dance, but they're learning. But we're gonna play one more drum song for you. The dancer, when he does a grass dance, it takes so much out of you, and he's kind of cramping up. So he asked if he could sit down and play the drum. I told him, yeah. So I hope y'all enjoy the drum. Thank you, and God bless you all. There you go. Okay.
Next, we will have our video welcome from Senator Elizabeth Warren, Democratic presidential candidate.
Environmental justice is actually the human rights issue of the 21st century.
We are in the Rosemont community of Charleston, South Carolina. It's surrounded by potential pollutants and potential other hazards like noise from the highway, dust from the highway, flooding from the river.
African Americans are more likely to have asthma that comes from being near things like interstate highways, and children with asthma who are African American are more likely to die than their white counterparts.
We're here today to get a chance to go through Senator Warren about issues that are impacting the Rosemont about environmental justice issues. And we're so thankful she came, but also she's so knowledgeable. This was
Environmental justice is actually the human rights issue of the 21st century.
We are in the Rosemont community of Charleston, South Carolina. It's surrounded by potential pollutants and potential other hazards like noise from the highway, dust from the highway, flooding from the river.
African Americans are more likely to have asthma that comes from being near things like interstate highways, and children with asthma who are African American are more likely to die than their white counterparts.
We're here today to get a chance to talk with Senator Warren about issues that are impacting Rosemont about environmental justice issues. And we're so thankful she came, but also that she's so knowledgeable. This wasn't just a presentation, this was a conversation where we exchanged ideas.
This community is really illustrating what's going on across the country. How do we ensure that once legislation is passed, people agree, or whatever, that resources come down to the community, that very powerful lobbying groups for corporations that we don't wind up with businesses.
So, you know, I think you put your finger right on it when you talk about the impact of lobbying. For everything to need to get done in Washington, we got to be willing to push back against the big corporations. We know that nationwide we've got an environmental justice problem. Everything that pollutes, that creates problems in communities, have been a lot more likely to be located right next to communities of color. So my proposal says that I want to set aside about 40% of the money that we're going to spend on environmental issues. I want to spend it in communities like this, the communities that have been on the front lines for generations, the communities that have absorbed the worst of the pollution that has been thrown out by industry year after year after year. We do that both because the need is greater, but also because it is just. I want to make sure that environmental justice is not an afterthought, but is a central part of how we think about addressing climate problems.
This video, it was not an endorsement, it was a conversation. Thank you. And I would like to, we would like to thank Chief for their Indian dance. Next, we're going to call our state representative. He just arrived, Robert Williams. Go bring you welcome for the state level.
Good morning. Good morning. Good, good. Certainly, on the behalf of the state of South Carolina, on our governor and those who serve with me in the General Assembly here in South Carolina, we would like to take this time to welcome you here to the county of Florence. Are y'all happy to be in Florence? Come on now. Y'all not happy to be here? Yeah. Y'all don't show no excitement about happiness, but certainly, okay, great, great. We got a few here, but certainly we want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for coming today, as we talk about social justice, environment justice. Is very paramount. It's very important to the existence of our grandkids and our kids and the future generation. I'm not sure about you, but there's something going on real seriously with our climate. And it don't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. You know, we've been living through this, especially here in this region, how the storms are coming and how the water are taking places and uprooting families and just destroying homes and destroying our stability of life here in the PD region. So there's something going on with our environment and with our climate that must be addressed. And all of you who are here at this conference can make a big difference by letting folks know that there's something going on. And there's something that our government needs to do about it. We can't sit by idly and do nothing when we see the changes that are happening in our communities. So just wanted to let you know that we're happy to have all of you here today. We're so thankful for Mr. Leo Woodbury and his capable staff for putting this conference on and to enlighten us about the different things that are happening and that is taking place here in our nation. Now we're in a pickle. I'm pretty sure you guys been seeing the news and seeing what's going on in our world. Everything affects us. Everything affects us. So whether you believe it or not, or whether you realize it or not, you're being affected by the climate. Each of us are being affected each and every day by the climate in which we live. It is our duty to make this world a better place than we found it. And if we're not working towards that goal, we're really setting it up for defeat for our kids and our grandkids yet to come. But once again, thank you all for being here. You look so lovely, even though you don't want to give me a shout out, even though your temperature, I don't know if it's too cold in here. Mr. Woodbury, you might need to adjust the temperature in here or something. Maybe it'll pick some of the folks up, but certainly thank you once again. Thank y'all for being here. And please enjoy Florence. There's a lot of places here in Florence that when you have your free time, when you're not here in the conference, you certainly are welcome to shop. And we got malls, and we got restaurants, and we got hotels. So make yourself at home while you're here today. God bless, and have a great day here at the conference. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Mr. Rashad to come up and introduce the moderator and the panelists for our first panel.
I'm still going to need this energy to be picked up in the room. We are not in a dead state. Everybody here is breathing some life, so act like you're living right now. Okay. The first panel is going to be energy problems or solutions. The moderator is Ms. Rachel Mays, the Executive Director at Southern Echo in Jackson, Mississippi. Give her a hand as she comes. And we have our panelists. We have Connie Leeper, the Organizing Director from NC Warren in Durham, North Carolina. Give her a hand. Lindsay Harper, she's the Executive Director at Georgia Wand in Atlanta, Georgia. Give her a hand. We have Emily Zucchino from Dogwood Alliance in Asheville, North Carolina. Give her a hand. Okay. Okay, there was a change. And you said that name was again? Lucia Ibarra. Okay, give her a hand. And we have Frida Cathcart, the founder and leader of Indivisible in Virginia. Give her a hand as she comes. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your moderator and your first panel for the day. And I will turn it over to the moderator, Rachel Mays. Give her a hand.
Good morning. So we're going to warm it up just a little bit by engaging inside of this conversation as we hear the panelists share. If you would, write your questions on the cards, and after they answer the pointed questions, then we're going to come back around and allow you to feed in your questions and hear from the panelists. And on this panel, we have good representation from across the South. We're representing Mississippi, representing North Carolina twice, Georgia, and Virginia. Awesome. Thank you. So, the first question is in the way of a SWOT analysis. We want the panelists to go through and share with us what's working well, what's working not so well, what are the challenges, what's the strengths of the work, what's the weaknesses, what's the opportunities and the threats. So, Ms. Connie, we'll start with you first.
Good morning. Again, my name is Connie Leeper. I am the organizing director with NC Warren. We are environmental and climate justice network working for a more swift transition to clean renewable energy in the whole just transition framework. And as a part of our work, we are absolutely watchdogging Duke Energy practices and tackling them to move away from their fossil fuel electricity generation to more renewable energy. In this movement, tackling the climate crisis, we focus mostly on electric energy, and I just want to acknowledge that there are all kinds of other ways, agribusiness, transportation, that folks are looking at the climate crisis. And then I'll say quickly that it's a privilege to have been asked to be a part of this panel, and I want to thank Reverend Leo and his crew for inviting me to do so. And also, equally important, it's great to be on a panel of all women leaders in the Southeast doing this specific work. So I think what's working is I'll use a quick model that I call the 4 R's. So it's reform, resist, recreate, and reimagine. So as we do this work, it takes all of us, whatever lever you're pushing on, whatever tactics, strategies, choices that you are using to address environmental and climate justice issues in your own community, it takes all of us. So what's working in North Carolina is coalitions, alliances, partnerships, collaborations of organizations who are addressing these specific issues, but the focus is on frontline communities, those who are first and worst impacted by the climate crisis and have the smallest carbon footprint in terms of those impacts. So none of us can do it alone. None of us can be all things to all issues. And so I want to just end this portion, Rachel, with just saying that my expertise is in the area of energy justice, looking from the lens of electric utilities.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lindsay Harper. I'm Executive Director of Georgia WAND. That's Georgia Women's Action for New Directions. We are, our office is based in Atlanta, Georgia. We also are doing a lot of our work and shifting more of our resources towards Burke County, Georgia. It is home to the first new nuclear energy construction in this country in 40 years. And for those of y'all who don't know where Burke County is, if you drive to Augusta and then drive south 30 minutes, it's right along the Savannah River, and so Plant Vogtle is the nuclear power plant being built in Georgia. Right across the river, we have the Savannah River Site Nuclear Weapons Complex in South Carolina, as I'm sure you all know. And so the conversation that we have around energy is around nuclear. But one thing that I think is really important to talk about is we don't only talk nuclear energy. A lot of times you'll only hear conversations about nuclear energy and you'll switch out nuclear weapons. Or for us, we can't break out that conversation. We've got both of these industries impacting our state a lot. The analysis, one of our strengths is that we have an analysis that we share with folks, and we have an intersectional analysis. Both the nuclear weapons and the nuclear energy facilities are both reflections of our economy. We have a militarized economy. Over half of the discretionary budget in this country goes towards the Pentagon, goes towards war and bombs and everything. It's the same kind of money that supports ICE coming and snatching people out of their homes. It's the same money that supports the prison industrial complex. It's white supremacy, it's systemic racism, it's all of those things in extractive energy economy. And so this is the conversation that we have with folks. Our strength is, again, educating people around the intersections. It's not just, environmental justice is not in a vacuum, which I'm sure you all know. There are reasons that Black folks, communities of color, indigenous folks, low wealth communities are in the situations that they're in. We have been targeted on purpose. There's money behind it. As far as how we do our work, what works for us is Black women leadership, to be perfectly honest with you. I myself became executive director last year, and it's been a year now. It's been an interesting ride. But I will say that, what's really interesting, when you're talking about nuclear, folks don't normally look like me. They don't normally look like my colleague Janie, who is from Burke County, and, her leadership, she's been amazing, stepping into leadership positions, driving the narrative around the real impacts of nuclear. You all may hear this narrative that's already out there around how clean nuclear is. Oh, it's clean, there's no carbon, don't worry about it. Well, one of the strengths I think that we have is shifting that narrative, not wanting to chase after a narrative that's kind of already out there, shifting the conversation towards water. It's not just about air, it's also about water. The reason that water and nuclear is very significant is because of tritium, T-R-I-T-I-U-M. You can look it up, look up tritiated water. Tritium comes out of both nuclear energy and nuclear weapons. Tritium can bond with water. It basically becomes radioactive water, and because of that, it can be absorbed into the placenta, cause fetal anomalies, and if she has a female child, her eggs are impacted as well. So the conversation we need to be having around nuclear is really about our future, not just our pockets, but the human people that live here. Our community elder, Annie Laura, always says nuclear waste, nuclear power, and nuclear weapons don't know race, don't know no gender, don't know no location, no nothing. We're all in danger. And so when you're talking about climate justice, when you're talking about nuclear being the solution going forward, I ask the question, so folks who've been living in the community who have borne the brunt of the contamination this entire time, So you're saying basically going forward that in order for the rest of us to get energy, these same folks have to continue bearing that burden going forward. And if you agree with that, you really need to go look in the mirror. So those are the conversations that we have. We do it from a place of ownership. We're from the South. You know, we're women of color. You know, we're taking it to the front door. They never see us coming. It's better when they underestimate you. And we are leaders and we are subject matter experts. All these folks, the PhDs and the policy folks, they don't live up under the nuclear power plants. I don't live up under the nuclear power plants, you know, but we're a whole lot closer than they are. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you all for having me here. My name is Lucia Ibarra, and I work with Dogwood Alliance, Program Outreach Manager. Dogwood Alliance is an organization that has been more than 20 years here in the South. We focus in forest protection, and also we work in the interconnection of climate change and community justice. We have actually conserve and protect more than 90 million acres here in the Southern Forest. And we advance a conversation about how important forest is in this time of climate crisis. Forest is one of our allies for these times because it's not just help us to have clean air, protect us from flooding, give us other markets benefits as recreation and food, and I can go on and on and on. So we're moving forward that conversation, and in the last 5 years, we have helped create national and international conversations to oppose the expansions of the wood pellet industry that affect our communities. And of course, like you know, biomass is ship millions and millions of tons of wood pellets from log clear-cut areas, and is shipped across to Europe to be burned for electricity instead of coal. So one of the things that Dogwood does the best, I think, is listen to our communities, the ones that are affected the most. We do a lot of movement building, and with that information, we form our strategies to really develop and push policies for that. Thank you.
My name is Frida Cathcart. I'm the founder and leader of Indivisible Virginia, which was created after the 2016 election, and it was created as a network and a vehicle for people to be able to report what they were seeing on the ground, but also to find out how they could spend their energy in a useful way. I'm also the founder of Mothers Against Pipelines, which I started, I guess, back in 2014. And this has been going on for a while, but it's like corruption on steroids the last couple of years. If y'all have been paying attention, it's hard to watch the news. So I don't know how many of you have heard of the Atlantic Coast Pipeline. Okay, and how about the Mountain Valley Pipeline? Okay, that often isn't as well known. I'm from Southwest Virginia, and I was really honored and shocked actually when Reverend Woodbury called me to be on this panel, because in Southwest Virginia, we feel that we aren't getting the attention as other places are, but we've been doing some amazing work, and I'm going to just quickly circle around back to that. But first I wanted to connect the dots as far as what's going on with the corruption. There's no economic necessity for these high-capacity fracked gas pipelines. We're talking about 42-inch pipelines that if they had an explosion, which we've had some explosions, it would be a mile incineration zone, which is the impact of a small nuclear tactical bomb going through our lands for no reason, no good reason. Secretary Elaine Chao, who's married to Mitch McConnell, is the Secretary of Transportation. That is where the pipelines are, have oversight in the government. And her family is from China, and her family builds ships that ship, they've been building ships that ship liquid natural gas. I want to call it liquid fracked gas because that's essentially what they're talking about doing. So that's one piece of the puzzle. Just recently, the Supreme Court has decided to hear a case to get the Atlantic Coast Pipeline over the Appalachian Trail, and it was encouraged to do so by the Justice Department, which is overseen by Attorney General Barr, William Barr. He used to be on the board of directors of Dominion until last winter. So I just wanted to throw that out there as just some threads as far as what we're seeing, connecting the dots with corruption and what we're facing. Besides the fact we're facing multi-billion-dollar corporations, part of a trillion-dollar industry. But we're scrappy, and we are connected, and we're not giving up. And Friday, we got a ruling by the Fourth Circuit Court that shut down the entire route of the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Yeah. Yeah. So it was really challenging preparing for today's presentation that I'll be doing later in a breakout session, because literally it is changing, and I can't go into all the details, but there is hope. And I just wanted to say, for all of you all, do what you can where you can to make a difference, and work together as a team, work together indivisible. It's going to take all of us working together. Nobody's going to come and save us. We're going to have to do it ourselves. And we can't rely on the government to do it for us. That being said, we should work with the government where we can, and I just want to say I'm on the ballot this November in Virginia and Roanoke for Soil and Water Conservation Board. If you've never heard of the Soil and Water Conservation Board, look it up. It's a volunteer position, but they get government money and they can allocate it to do things, and I want to save the woodlands where I live, and I want to try and see if I can advocate to get a conservation money to do so. So I just wanted to throw that out as ways that people can get involved.
Thank you for the first round. So our next question, we're going to center it around engagement. How do we engage community in climate-led solutions? How do we engage community around climate-led solutions?
Well, I'll start.
Unless you want to start.
So I'm speaking specifically for North Carolina, and the fact that when we are looking at this whole issue of resilience and adaptation in addition to our mitigation work, our focus is on amplifying, providing resources, and lifting up the work that's happening in frontline communities, whether they are impacted by the issue of coal ash, or the issue of the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, or liquid nitrified, gas plants. And I think that's really, really important in terms of what we call leadership development and capacity building. So I would be remiss if I didn't take on this whole issue of how we loosely use the term empowerment. If you can empower someone, you can take that power back. But if you create a pathway where community folk, leaders, emerging leaders, volunteers are in that process to learn, to grow, to teach, and then that is how empowerment happens. So I think it's a false solution to try to go into communities to try to say, here's what you should be doing, and I'm going to pick the leaders that we think should be leading this process. It needs to have a real organic grassroots process where we are providing some resources and getting out of the way of the process of how people become leaders, the nuts and bolts, the capacity building, and to do that in a way that people learn and teach in that process through what we call popular education. So the basic summary of popular education is it's the type of education where you start with what people already know. You start there. You don't assume that you are the expert in a particular frontline community, telling folk what they ought to know, but you really just extract from them what they already know, and they always know something about the intersection of issues that are facing them. And then you share those stories and see what are the patterns that are in the community, and then you can add new information, and then you have political change that can happen through the work, of the community. So for me, it's about not pretending we can empower people, but creating a process for people to become empowered, and the whole leadership and capacity development of communities based on what they identify as their needs.
Yes.
Oh, we're just mixing it up? Oh, okay. All right, we're mixing it up. I am just so happy to be here today because it was about a year ago that I met Reverend Woodbury at a Dominion meet and greet. So one of the obstacles that we have is, I would call them the seven deadly sins, the greed, the corruption, and why I was here is because I was a SCANA shareholder at the time, and I inherited that stock from my grandfather. And it used to be where people invested in utilities. It was a community-minded thing that people did. It was for a modest return. It was something that people did if they had it, to say we want to bring power, we want to bring energy and help our neighbors and make this accessible to people. That's what it was. But that's not what it is anymore. Now we've got a bunch of greedy, arrogant people running it. And I'll give SCANA credit where credit's due. At least they cut bait on that VC Summer plant, unlike Georgia. Sorry about that, but I'm calling it like it is. They did cut bait. And I went to that shareholder meeting and told them, you don't want Dominion buying them. They're a monolith. They are terrible. And one of the things we need to do when it comes to climate change is get the boot off our neck. We need to cut out that nonsense that they're doing. The way that they've suppressed renewable energy in Virginia is just shameful. And I'm really proud of South Carolina because y'all had some pretty good legislation that passed this past year, and I want to use that as an example in Virginia about what can be done. But it's just a small start of what needs to be done. So I'm a shareholder activist, and there are others of us out there that are holding people accountable on the inside. We did a demonstration outside the shareholder meeting this past May, and I'm sure we'll do something this coming year. So those are things that are happening, but I also wanted to talk about something more accessible. I'm the president of my little neighborhood association, and we've been fighting off these developers that want to develop a woodlands where it's in a floodplain that has a little creek going through it. And we've so far been able to fight them off from it. People doing stupid things. And I don't want to spend my life fighting off developers from developing woodlands. And that's why I'm running for the Soil and Water Conservation Boards, to try and get myself in position so we don't have to always be fighting for something. We can actually work towards something and go on and live our lives and do good things, like Reverend Woodbury going and putting up the solar panels and stuff. So I just wanted to throw that out as far as, we can fight on one hand, but we can also build on another hand. And so that's what I want to encourage people to think about, where you are and what you can do. Fight the corruption, but work for a better future.
Thank you. I can see so many obstacles that is happening right now, but I just want to focus in one, and it's a lot what here my next door Frida neighbor told us. I'm going to focus on markets. Historically, markets favor the industry and the story that they tell us, right? They tell us that jobs are the maximum thing and that we need to be grateful. And I think it's true, some of it. And here is the trick. They're not telling us the whole entire truth. They're not saying that those jobs come with a price tag of health, a price tag of severe environmental impacts in our communities. For example, just saying this, a lot of flooding is happening lately, and one common denominator is that those areas that have been flooded has been severe log. And other ones is wetlands, of course, like here my neighbor Rita was telling, is like markets favor the industry, favor the people that will like money. Okay, I want to develop in this wetland. Yeah, go ahead, you're gonna give me money. However, what's happening later, those communities that live right next to those wetlands are suffering the consequences of one person getting all the money. So that's one of the obstacles, markets. And another thing is that what happening is that around there, the communities around there, they don't know what really the impacts are. They come in and they say, "Hey, I'm gonna build a beautiful neighborhood. Your value is gonna go up." No, to the contrary, it's not gonna go up. It's gonna be flooded, you know. Or I'm gonna the biomass industry. I'm gonna come in next to your community. I'm going to build this amazing plant. I'm going to give you jobs. And then what is going to be those jobs is have a price tag of those community members later on will develop severe illnesses like cancer, respiratory illnesses, and I could go on and on. So those one is one of the obstacles. And Dogwood Alliance is like really working relentless to really go and tell our communities and working with our communities, like you were saying, working with the communities, listening what's going on in their communities and working together with organizations, working together with the states or agencies, and moving forward to this time of climate crisis. And I have an example here of not working in silos and actually working together with everybody. The city of Conway here in South Carolina, we just visited with Leo Woodbury and Peter Pard. The city of Conway was actually working with another organization, and they got 152 acres or riverfront property in order to save that land from not cutting, not doing anything, in order for, save it for mitigation and flooding efforts in the future. So two things happen there. So government is actually supporting saving our forests and wetland forests, is listen to the communities, and also we have to transform our thinking of getting from the extractive economy to non-extractive economy. An economy that welcome climate-friendly practices like the city of Conway, that not only they got and save all this land, but also they making profit of bringing tourism to their county. So things like that we need to start thinking and really think outside the box and really be able to not be afraid to say what is supposed to be done today in this time of climate crisis.
So I would definitely say thank y'all, and everything Connie said, that. Plus, I would say that we're also a power building organization. That's how we define ourselves, because like you said, you can't give somebody power. They already have it. We're looking to kind of cultivate and help work towards self-determination. And so the part that we play in that is really building authentic relationships. One thing that I learned last year is that you can't rush through it. You can't go past it. One person at a time is the only way we're gonna save ourselves, y'all. It's the only way. So not looking to parachute in, you know, there are a lot of organizations, I shouldn't say that, there are a lot of entities that are into Plant Vogel now that weren't necessarily into Plant Vogel before. And, you know, we are aware that there could be a possibility these organizations could come in, get what they want, and leave. But that is not our purpose. Our purpose is to continue working in community, continuing to build power, because as you all have all said, you know, we're in silos. Everybody's got different pieces of the puzzle, so we're kind of working to pull all those pieces together. People have their lived experiences. They know exactly what's going on. You know, we have our vantage point where we're coming from at the federal level, at the state level, at the local level, as far as the legislators and, you know, regulatory agencies and other organizations in the ecosystem. And so it's really about co-creation, right? Following the leadership of the folks who've been living these life circumstances much more than I have personally. And also really just, again, helping people connect the dots. So I'll just share a brief story about how to kind of engage community. So I'm a Georgia Power customer, all right? Georgia Power owns a lot of the construction that's going on at Plant Vogtle. And so on my Georgia Power bill, there's a line item that says nuclear construction cost recovery fee. Yeah. And my power bill's not that bad. And I don't consider myself someone that has like a high energy burden. But so we do a lot of our work in Burke County, Georgia, but we also do a lot of our work in Atlanta too. Atlanta is broken into neighborhood planning units, okay, MPUs. Our office is an MPUV, okay? We do a lot of education down at Dunbar Elementary School, educating the parents around, you know, voter registration, issues in the community, get out the vote, get out the count, that kind of stuff. So last time at the open house, when school just started this fall, I took my Georgia Power bill to the school, and I said, you know, this is my Georgia Power bill. What's that line right there? What you see? What's that right there? You know, no, I'm sorry, I asked them, when's the last time you looked at your Georgia Power bill? These are folks who have $500, $600, $700, $800 bills, like all the time. And there's not enough assistance. They only give you about $300 anyway. You know, and then if you miss it, then you got to pay the reconnect fee. I mean, this is like a thing. A lot of the parents at Dunbar have ridiculous bills, and my little old bill ain't much. I can show them. What does that say right there? And when's the last time you looked at it? I was just looking at it yesterday. I was so mad. I can't tell you how many times folks say, I was just looking at it yesterday. Man, what am I going to do? What's that line item right there? And they read it, and they're like, nuclear construction. What's that? I never saw that before. Now you've got a conversation to have. I was like, well, you know, Georgia Power owns a lot of construction. This nuclear power plant right here, you're paying for it. You ever heard of the Public Service Commission? The Public Service Commission is an elected body that is basically allowing Georgia Power to charge you, charge me, charge all kinds of folks. Are you registered to vote? Then that's a conversation you can have. And, you know, and so have the voting conversation. And you can say, you know, outside of the fact you got the Public Service Commission who, you know, we need to really consider folks who are really caring about our needs. I mean, I don't want the line item on my bill. I know you can't afford the line item on your bill. In addition to that, with the fee hike coming down the pipeline where folks' bills are going to go shoot through the roof, that's a problem. And then when you loop that into census and redistricting, so you can say there's an opportunity, possibility for our communities to get less money, but we're going to have higher bills. That math don't work out. So again, folks have lived experiences and have a piece of the puzzle. We've got another piece of the puzzle. The Public Service Commission is another piece of the puzzle. And say, you know, there are folks living down in where Plant Vogtle is. You don't want to be spending your money to poisoning your neighbors. I mean, now you've had an intersectional conversation in a real way that really hits people, and you can connect with that. And now people are paying attention. Now people are more likely to understand that there really is a power in voting. And so our theory of change is that the more, you know, historically marginalized folks you have engaging in the civic process, you have more policies and representation that represent the actual needs of the community. And so for us, it's about voting. There's a direct connection we have right now. Georgia Power, Public Service Commission, census and redistricting. So that's a conversation that we're having, and it's we're doing a good job. Yeah.
Yes, because all of that is connected, and we have to help each other understand the connection and connect those dots. So I only have one card of questions right now. Please write your questions. Please think about questions you want to ask the panel. Raise your hand, and I'm going to volunteer Charles to walk around and collect those postcards. Charles, thank you, Charles. Okay, all right. So final question, and then by this last question, we need your postcards. What can we do now to reduce carbon emissions in the way, or what can we do, or what should we be doing to reduce carbon emissions in the way of policy formation or legislation at the federal, state, and local levels.
Okay, so I'll go for me or who? Okay, I'll go first. This kind of is gonna correlate with the answer that I gave previously in the other question, but I'm gonna start that basically right now our policies are set up to always favor industry, right? And then what we need right now is policies that demand transformation and adaptability to these times, in this time of climate crisis. And as a Dogwood Alliance, we focus in forest protection, and we see the interconnection between climate change and community justice and how all that is a circle. We need to recognize the forest is an essential ally for climate change. Why? Why? Because forest is like give us what? Clean air, clean water, give us place to recreate and make, like I said before, market for money, produce food. You can go there and get and seek a spiritual renewal. It's so many things. It's help us from flooding. It's essential in this time of climate crisis. And the amount of carbon that one tree absorbs is amazing. So we need to focus on that and those assets and the values. Yes, in the intrinsic part, yes, it's beautiful. We want a place that is beautiful. Of course, the biodiversity is amazing, everything, but also it's an extrinsic part now that is valuable. And we need to put that on the table and really value what is happening and what this asset can give us to all of us. The other one, like I said before, is transform our thinking. Transform our thinking and really think outside the box and think how forests and wetland forests can help us. Basically start focusing in more restoration and protection of our forests. Why? Right now, just in South Carolina, like I said before, is after Florence or the hurricane, what happened? Flooding everywhere, flooding in areas that was never flooding. And one of the common denominators was there was severely logging areas where the flooding occurred. So we need to wake up, we need to see the writing in the wall, and we really need to stand together and really fight for forest and wetland protections and conservation. The other thing is that forests at this time of climate crisis is more valuable standing than cut. And of course, our threats, the biomass industry, the logging industry is telling us otherwise. It's telling us lies. It's telling us that it's not true, that we cannot move from extractive economy to non-extractive economy. Yes, we can. And we need policies that actually help us and protect us and actually support those things that are basically protecting our forests. And the last but not least is, of course, movement building. And of course, going back to the three questions is like listening to the community, see where they need, what's happening, what is the common denominator, and really help those communities to connect the dots and let them see what's happening and why this is happening. And really clear the story about the industries and what the industries is telling us. And of course, going back, we need policies that adapt to these times. What was working in the 1800s is not what is working right now.
I'd like to massage the question a little bit instead of talking about carbon, talk about greenhouse gas emissions. Because methane is a more potent greenhouse gas than carbon is. And that's so important to get out there because people have talked about gas as natural gas or that it's clean energy, and it's not. It's not. It's accelerating climate change, and it's leaking all over the place, all these pipes that are in the system. This fossil fuel industry, for one thing, we need to stop subsidizing it. That's our money paying for our own demise, and it needs to stop. At the very least, don't give them any of our money. Make them stand on their own, and they'll fall. It's been a scam from the very beginning, and we have to get the word out about that. And these two pipelines, the Mountain Valley Pipeline, the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, that I've pretty much immersed my life in the last 2 years, just full time, like 7 days a week, working with amazing people to stop these. If those pipelines are completed and go online, they would emit the equivalent of 46 coal plants in greenhouse gas. That's why we're fighting so hard against it, because we realize just how much of a burden, how much of that is in the wrong direction. So we have to stop going in the wrong direction. We have to stop going off the cliff. And the other thing is, yeah, woodlands, plant trees. We need to talk about net zero, because the people are like, oh, we can't do everything with renewable energy. Well, it needs to be a combination of things. Yes, there's going to be some fossil fuels. I'm not saying we're suddenly going to go fossil fuel free. I hope sometime in the future that we will go fossil fuel free, but I don't see that in the next couple of decades. But we can go net zero, and that has to do with energy efficiency. Nobody talks about energy efficiency. They say it's not sexy. I don't know. If you lower your bill, then you have money where you can go out to dinner and have some fun. You know, I mean, let's get real. And unfortunately, it's marginalized communities lots of times that can't afford that energy efficiency. You know, President Obama had it right. They did stuff where they helped subsidize. That's what we should be subsidizing, energy efficiency. So we have possibilities, we have solutions, but we do need to educate people about priorities and what we can do, and it's not that hard to do. And it also gives people jobs. That gives people jobs, right? Replacing windows, insulation, that gives people real jobs. That's exciting. So I don't know, that's what I've got for that.
I would definitely say truth. I mean, to y'all's points. You know, this age of alternative facts is real interesting. But at the end of the day, I mean, the truth is that extractive energy systems harm us, and they're expensive, and they really don't have a great ROI. My whole thing was in business is like, don't you want more people to be able to buy your stuff versus limiting how much they're able to buy? In other words, if they can buy more, you can make more. That's how I always saw business. But instead, it's like you've been hoovering people's time, hoovering people's energy through, you know, jobs and labor. You know, it's like no, folks aren't going to have anything left in a minute. I would just say policies. We need policies to protect our folks, and which means we need grassroots organizing. We need to be out there registering people to vote. 1, 2. Most, if not even more important, is educating folks on the issues and how they're connected, where the intervention points are. I'm a black woman from the South. Of course I didn't always believe in voting. I mean, you see it out here. You vote, even the last election, you can't argue with folks. It's difficult for me sometimes. I'm always looking to try and find out when you're like at the doors doing, what you call it, when you do door-to-door canvassing, doing voter registration. I'm always trying to think, you know, what's the rap? You know, how do I always refine my rap so that it's relevant to folks? And, you know, I had a canvasser tell me last year, you know, she was like, the conversations we were having before 2016, was that right? 2018, sorry. And now, it's a totally different conversation because our landscape, I mean, you can't tell folks that their vote matters. Because it would appear that it does not. And so I just say all that to say that we have systems that do not serve us, and the only way for those systems to serve us is for us to be counted and to show up. And so there's cultural aspects to that, there's intergenerational aspects to that, I mean, there's gender aspects to that. It's a really complex conversation. In one of my former fellowships, I had someone who came from an immigrant family tell me something I thought was really interesting when you think about how Americans think of the system. So her family was Colombian, and she said that her father said, if folks in America, they believe in the system. They may not participate in the system, but they believe in it. They know their trash is going to get picked up. They know that when they pick up the phone, dial 911, somebody's going to show up. I mean, so they believe in the system, but you want to participate in the system. So it's this weird kind of thing that folks are just kind of, oh, it'll be there, oh, it'll help me. No one's coming to save us. The system is not built to take care of us, obviously, and it won't be, it will not continue to, it will not be that way going forward if we're not counted and we don't create the policy and create the representation that actually makes sense. I'm not interested in being imposed upon anymore. I'm not interested in my communities being imposed upon anymore. And, you know, the system was not created for me, but they're not going to deny me like they used to. So I'm going to be counted. So that's how I feel about it.
So ditto to what the three of you said, and I'll keep it really brief and just say that we can't fall for the okey doke, for the false solutions. And one false solution is the bridge, like frat gas is a bridge fuel. And one of the things, and I won't repeat the things that you said already because I checked off the energy efficiency. So we're told that in order for us to move to a just transition, to a cleaner, regenerative economy with living wage, green jobs, and all the things that you all have heard, that we have to get off coal. And as we're getting off coal, we need a bridge fuel, which is frat gas, methane, which, as my colleague at the very end talked about, methane being more harmful as a greenhouse gas to the planet than carbon dioxide, than coal. Now, let's not get it twisted. Carbon dioxide and coal is still the #1 pollutant for frontline communities who live in communities where there are the, you know, the pipes, the smokestacks, all of that, the coal ash, the runoff from the chemical, you know, pollutions that have happened. So while cutting carbon dioxide has been the focus, in addition to that, the false solution that methane, that gas, that frat gas is the answer, I think is something that we should not fall for as we move to a just transition.
Thank you. So I'm not sure if this is a comment or a question. Oops. Okay. Do you recognize that nuclear energy is not renewable, is expensive and risky? The MOX facility is closing down at Savannah, our site. Please remember the VC summer debacle that has affected all of South Carolina. Any other questions, comments, hands? Oh, thank you. Okay, how are we doing on time? We're over? Cut it? Okay. Maybe take one question. Okay. What do you believe is the best way for student and young adults to create change?
Is Kalia in the room?
I'll put it on it. One thing that I believe, you guys are the future, and just think about just what just happened in the climate strike, right? Greta last year was by herself with the sign. I saw this picture. And then a year later, this amazing community and billions of people follow her, right? So what I'm trying to say here is that you guys are the change. Your voice matter. And as soon as you have social media, you have the power and you have the drive. And this is your, this world is your world and is your future. So one of the most powerful voices are you. So just speak up. And really, another thing that I will say, educate yourself. Really back up your facts with science. So because a lot of the industries are ready to fire back, so they will not have any empathy and neither mercy. So when you are well educated, back up your facts, study, make sure that it's all back up in science, and speak up. That's your weapon.
I'm so excited to see young people here. We've been waiting for you. It's so exciting to see you all get involved. A year ago, I was in New York City at a Yahoo Finance Summit, and there was a panelist at that time that was warning the companies to go renewable, to look at their policies, their socioeconomic policies, because they said if you want to attract the most talented people to come to your corporation, they are picky, and they know their future's on the line, and they're not going to go and work for a corporation that doesn't have renewable energy and good socioeconomic policies. So, whatever your talent is, and tell your friends this, do the best you can, study, be talented, shine, and then when you go on your job interviews, you ask them questions. Where does your energy come from? What are your policies? And you make them want you, and you make them transform so that they can be in a position where you accept their job offer. Flex your muscle. You have it, use it.
Hear, hear. I would definitely say for young folks to learn the system before you try and tear it down. I think that there does need to be more space for young folks, and I feel that there can also be some more listening from young folks. And I would say get your long-term game together. You know, learning the cycles of industry, learning the cycles of, you know, elections, learning the cycles of, you know, things. In the long-term game, I'm talking about 3, 5, 10 years out versus 6 months, a year, 2 years out. Because we need you all to help sustain this. And so you all can think the best, you know, what to anticipate going forward, because I'm starting to lose touch myself. I got my little young folks help me out my little technology too. In order to sustain it, we need y'all to think about the long game.
Awesome.
The only thing I would add is to just really recognize that while you will be inheriting a future that we screwed up, you are actually leaders now. So it's not just about the future, it's the future for all of us. But to align yourselves with youth-led organizations, with friends and allies who give you support, but more importantly, you got to elbow some of us older adults out of the way, because in the South, we all grew up in a Judeo-Christian paradigm where young people were supposed to be seen and not heard. In the origin of the civil rights movement, you got to pass the baton, you got to pay your dues, and I think that turning that framework on its head is something that you all have to do, but you have to do it with a kind of grace and collaboration and understanding that there is stuff to learn from those of, as someone called us yesterday, us old heads, but also to be patient with us as we have those notions, that the adultism, if you will, issues, and push back in a way that is graceful and respectful. I think it's really important because that opens the door for relationship building and dialogue. And know that none of us can do it alone. No age group, no race, ethnic group, no economic class. We can't do it alone. And so we have to be able to be in alignment. And whatever that looks like, we have to figure it out together.
Thank you. So in closing, to Connie, Lindsay, Lucina, and Frida, the three themes that I heard throughout this presentation was grassroots organizing, that's key, voting, that's key, and also the passion that these ladies had when they shared with us what we should be doing, what has worked well. So let's salute these ladies. Thank you.
Okay, we're a little behind schedule, but we're going to encourage, as we say at our church, Kingdom Living Temple, we're the church of the 21st century. We're all in the 21st century. And so if you want to stream, which we're streaming live now, Seth Johnson, our videographer in the back. But if you also want to tweet, tweet hashtag Justice First, and feel free to tweet photos, videos, what's going on, etc. And so now we're going to have our next panel, which are young people. I'm sorry, not our young people. She'll do it. This is my wife, for those of you who don't know, Varys. So, yeah, put your hands together. Thank you. Yeah. So one thing, someone said something about her once, and y'all need to give her more applause than that, because, you know, I travel around, I do stuff, right? Yeah. As somebody said to her once, thank you for lending your husband to us, okay? So we want to honor her for that. She's going to bring up our next panel.
Thank you. Good morning again. Our next panelist, and I'm going to introduce the moderator and the panelists. Panel 2 is Climate Impact, Adaptation, Resilience. Our moderator is Reverend Corinne Mack, NAACP President, Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. Our panelist is Mr. Johnny B. Graves, Chairperson, Concerned Citizen of Brits Neck, South Carolina, my hometown. Give a shout out to Brits Neck. Virginia Sanders, Chairperson, Concerned Citizen, Virginia Sanders, State Organizer, Sierra Club, Healthy Communities. Reverend Susanna Tuttle, Board Member, National Council of Churches, Orange County, North Carolina. Makala Sherrod, Executive Director, Agricultural Mission, Incorporated, Atlanta, Georgia.
Good morning, beautiful people. So before we get started, while we're waiting for everybody to get up here and get comfortable, can everyone take time to stand up and speak to someone you have not spoken to today? If we're talking about unifying, if we're talking about intersectional justice, if we're talking about destroying the silos and the divisions, it should happen right here in this room. Show some love, show some love, show some love. And then have a seat so we can begin. Thank you. All right, beloved. We'll have a whole conversation later, and then let's have seats so we can get started. If you hear me, clap once. If you hear me, clap twice. If you hear me, keep clapping. Let's get back in our seats so we can get started. This particular panel discussion is about climate impact, adaptation, and resilience. And so what I would like to have happen is have each individual panelist take 3 minutes, because our time is short. The first question is, tell us about your work and your accomplishment in environment and climate change. But I want to go a little deeper. Give us 3 different tools you use to build resilience in your specific communities.
My name is Virginia Sanders. Do we have a microphone? Good morning, everybody. I'm Virginia Sanders, and I'm with the National Sierra Club. I'm working on climate change and global warming. I'm working in the PD, this area of South Carolina. I think that Mother Nature has put a target on the PD in South Carolina. There has been 3 environmental disasters in this area in 5 years. And I'm working in Marion County. The person sitting next to me is a Mr. Graves, and Mr. Graves lives in the area that I'm working in. I think my accomplishments have been, and which I'm still working on, is getting the people. I work in a rural community, and it's very hard with communications and getting people together in rural communities. We need to expand broadband so more of these people can have access to things like the computers to be able to communicate. But we're getting the word out, we're getting the people organized, and I think they're fired up and ready to fight for what they need.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Johnny Graves. I'm from a little town called British Neck. I know most of you know where that at. Y'all don't. I'm about 40 miles from Myrtle Beach, about 40 miles from Mullins, about 40 miles from Marion, about 40 miles from Johnsonville. So that gives you a good idea where I'm at. It's in the lower part of the county. It's a place where disaster really took a toll on us. The last 5 years, it really boxed us in, and we're still trying to dig out of the hole that they got us in, but it seems like most of the people forgot that we're there. But as long as I'm living, I'm gonna make them remember that we're there, because I go out and I try to find all the results. I find this young lady right here beside me. She came down because I'm the chairperson of the community center. So I bring people in to speak to our people, go out and find information for them to help. But we really need help in that community for the climate control, because it did a really disaster on us, because we live between 2 rivers, the Great PD River and the Little PD River. So we got it from both sides. And we right in the middle. We was so blocked in during the storm that there was no way in or out. Once we got out, we couldn't go back. And I lived in a shelter for 2.5 weeks. And some people are still there, can't get back in their home. You don't believe that, but the first storm, some are still out of their home. They hadn't been able to go back because they got a certain regulation. You got to elevate your home a certain height for them to move back in there. So I'm saying to you, don't look over us, help us. We need help. We need help there. Our senators, whoever you are here. I mean, one of our senators come out and he helped clean out a couple of ditches, but that's not gonna help us. We need real help. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mikaela Sherrod, and I'm the Executive Director of Agricultural Missions. And our work is both, we work globally and we also work in the U.S. Globally, we do most of our hands-on organizing and community-based work. And primarily right now, we're focused in Africa, but we typically work in developing countries, countries that have experienced disaster. So we don't go in immediately after, but we help with the rebuilding of establishing infrastructure. So we work with rural communities on justice issues, and also to use agriculture as a way to spur economic development and as well as nutrition. And in the U.S., we typically work with rural farmers and in rural communities to make sure that their issues are heard, and also to draw connections between what's happening globally and also in how the decisions and the things that we do in the U.S. impacts our global partners. So just the work that we're doing right now, I'll speak about our work in Africa. We're working in Sierra Leone and Liberia, so we're in about 46 villages, and each of the villages have about 25 to 35 members. And these members come together and they establish agricultural projects as a group. And so all the villages that we work with, they do not have running water, electricity, so they're very, very poor communities. And so in these countries, they're still recovering from war. And then they're also subject to so many of the different climate changes. So we work with them to identify crops that are going to be resilient, that are going to withstand the floods and the droughts and just the changing weather conditions. And then they also have microfinancing. So we don't believe in coming in and giving money and tools, but we help prepare them. We set them up so that they make decisions because we don't live there. So it's their community, they make the decisions. And then we also do water projects as well.
Good morning. My name is Susanna Tuttle, and I work with the North Carolina Council of Churches, which is an organization that next year is about to celebrate its 85th anniversary. And we are comprised of 18 denominations and was formed in 1935 to address racial justice issues in North Carolina. My role at the Council of Churches is to direct the Interfaith Power and Light campaign, of which you have in South Carolina. We have active state affiliates all over the country. I also serve on the National Interfaith Power and Light Board of Directors. And we have recently formed, and some of the leaders are here, including Reverend Michael Malcolm, and Reverend Leo Woodbury, with the Southeast Climate Action Faith Leaders Network. So we're actively engaging clergy across the entire Southeast to address climate change as a moral imperative. To answer the question of the three sort of focus areas of success that we have in working with congregations and communities of faith across the South is in the language of education, inspiration, and mobilization. And we understand at the core level what it takes to educate folks about what is happening in their communities and how we as people of faith need to develop practical, hope-filled responses moving forward. As part of the recent climate strike and working with our Youth Leaders Initiative, and Reverend Michael Malcolm was involved in the Faith Leaders movement across the country. Our messaging for our public policy work and the hashtag that we use, and you're welcome to use it or follow it, is for the love of. And so it's for the love of all species, for the love of our communities, for the love of the water, for the love of the planet, for the love of our children, for the love of ourselves, whatever we can think of, and to really connect folks with everything we're going to lose, and connect that heart and mind place that everything we care about is at risk. So that's the messaging that we use, and it's actually changing some hearts and minds. We're seeing some successes with that.
Thank you. And so I heard someone on the earlier panel talk about being authentic. So let's be authentic. It always gets me in trouble. Let's be honest. In communities of color, specifically in Black communities, resources are never met. As we speak about resilience and adaptation, what are some of the tools you have used in these communities that we know are intentionally being harmed, who are not receiving the resources needed?
Well, one of the first issues that I found in the PD area where I'm working is the people did not know the resources that were available to them. Because this is a rural community, they had a lot of stormwater ditches that had not been taken care of. And when I say taken care of, they had not been cleaned out recently. Some of the stormwater ditches belong to the state. Some of the stormwater ditches belong to Marion County. So you're going to have to know who to contact for what. They had been contacting Marion County for ditches that that is the responsibility of the state. Had those ditches been cleaned out and kept flowing, it would have reduced the amount of water that flooded onto private properties. They also did not hold their elected officials accountable. Money did come into Marion County, but as I told them, if you're quiet, you don't make demands, you don't get anything. You have to know how to access the system. You have to know how to hold your politicians accountable and demand that they provide for you and give you the services that you need. So one of the issues that we are working on is to go out into the community at our meetings, explain to the people how the governmental system works, what systems there are in the time of flooding or disaster that is made available to them. And another issue that I found, because this part of the state has had so many disasters in a short period of time, 5 years, even the people at the governmental level, both local and up to the state level, are not prepared, and really a lot of people don't know how to provide the resources and get to the people what they need, because they've never had disasters like this in such a short period of time. So that in itself should prove that climate change and global warming is real, as some people say they're not, but it is real. Ask the people in Marion County.
Thank you.
Well, I think really the problem when she was talking about the ditches belong to the county, some belong to the state, but the problem is no one want to take responsibility who own what. When you go there to ask about it and inquire about it, who's supposed to clean out those ditches there, they say, well, the state, you go to the state, they send you to the county. And by the time you get around asking everybody, most of the people just give up. But see, I'm the type of person, you can't tell me that and I'm just gonna let it go. I'm gonna try to find out. If I call Reverend Woodbury, I call this young lady right here, can you help me find out what's going on? Because there's only stonewalling us. I think the senior citizen really catch the most of it because they don't have that much patience. They just sit there, they'll accept anything you say to them. Okay, that must be true. But really, you know, when only time we see most of our elected officials is time to vote. I mean, I only have but one vote, but I can say this because I only can vote one time. The only time we really see all our officials doing time for election.
I'm going to pause this for a minute because I need to ask another question of you.
Okay.
If you know that the senior citizens happen to be the group in your area that has the greater issues around getting information, is there an organization specifically working towards helping the senior citizens right now?
No more than us, a few of us go around and get the information and take back to them. We don't have an organization there to do that.
So what we tend to do with my work in South Georgia in particular, working with farmers and in rural communities, it really starts with education. So what was somewhat, it was surprising, but it wasn't surprising, is that although people see the 500-year floods that have happened, you know, just within a couple of years within each other, and all these storms, you have the hurricane that never comes this far inland, is all of a sudden, you know, devastating communities in South Georgia. What we've seen is that people don't really realize, they see it, but they don't really know that this is real and that this is happening more frequently and it's here to stay and that they can continue to expect this. It's still being viewed sort of as like this is an anomaly or this is just something that happened. And so it's really about starting with the education of, you know, you've not had the chance to recover from the previous storm. We need to start to begin to understand that these things are happening and they're going to continue. And so now how can we move forward? And then, so it's also, I agree with everything that's been said. It's about making sure that people have access to information because it isn't out there. And under the current administration, in particular for farmers, a lot of the resources and the information that they would need to know about how to adapt and to mitigate and what they can do and the resources that would be available, this information is pretty hidden. You know, it isn't easily accessible and it isn't really discussed. And so because when we talk about farmers in particular, you have insurance issues. So they're not really able to access information, or they're not able to get the assistance that they need to help them to recover, and it isn't necessarily there within the framework of these climate-related disasters. And so what you find is that a lot of farmers are now in danger of losing their livelihood. They're losing farms. And communities just are at the point where they have to identify ways to move forward, but it really begins with education and having those conversations and bringing them to the table.
So when I travel around the country and give presentations and talk about interfaith power and light, I often have to explain that no, we are not a utility company, but it is actually a play on the concept of the power and light within us and our relationship to power and light. And what is unique about most communities of faith is that we gather in a place, in a facility, in a church or a synagogue or a mosque. We have a building that we are attached to, and some of our most sacred moments and times of our lives take place in that space. And so many of us are so disconnected from the built environment. So when we talk about creation care, caring for God's creation, that can be such an esoteric kind of philosophy to try to put onto our communities. So we try to take a step back and say, let's start by caring for that which we created, which is the built environment. All of these spaces that we move through and have our celebrations and our sorrows and where they take place. So that's the work that we're called to do through this initiative. And what's really unique and what I'm trying to spread the word, and I talk about navigating pathways to power. Churches, synagogues, mosques, all of these houses of worship do not have a unique designation on the grid. And so when I say that, we are just all thrown into these small business, medium-sized business rate structures that don't work for us. They don't speak to how we use and consume energy, and we need to wake up and begin to explain and understand to ourselves so that we can take back the power and light that we deserve in these sacred spaces and begin to redefine ourselves simply as a unique building type. And so I can talk a lot more about that. I'm trying to design a Bring Your Energy Bill to Church program so that we can begin to sit and learn how to read a bill, not just with our homes, but with the actual houses of worship itself. We have the power. There are hundreds of thousands of millions of square feet of spaces, sacred spaces, where we celebrate our sorrows and our celebrations. And I think we can really turn this ship if we can really get our communities of faith to understand how unique we are, how special we are, and our power and light. Take back our power and light.
Okay, I'm charged to getting us back on schedule, since this will be the last question. But I want us to begin to expand ourselves, because everyone does not attend church. Everyone doesn't believe in my God or your God. But everyone needs to understand their responsibility in being committed to doing something around climate justice. And so I want you to tell me at least 2 things you are doing or your organization is doing that reaches beyond the faith community, that may reach beyond our specific community, whether it's, a Black community or a Russian community. Why did I say Russian? But anyway. The bottom line is that it's important that we understand what unity really looks like. and that we really begin to operate in ways that reaches everyone, and we meet people just where they are. So tell me some of the things that you're doing in your organization or that you're doing specifically.
Well, first of all, the only way that we are going to solve this problem or work on this issue is to have unity. People coming together and working for a common cause or a common goal. The organization that I'm working for and the community that I'm working in, that is one of the things that is paramount. I always tell people that we came over here on different ships, but we're all in the same boat now. Nature and Mother Nature doesn't know color, doesn't know religion, doesn't know sex. When there's a hurricane or a tornado or a flooding, it floods all of us. The wind blows on all of us, and we're going to have to come together. The organization that I work for, we work on everything from clean energy, clean water, clean air. And all those things are involved on the issues that I'm working. For instance, in Marion County, a lot of the people have wells. Their water doesn't come from city through pipes. So after a flooding, you're going to have to clean those wells before you can drink that water. I also found out, since I've been working in the PD, that the PD has some of the highest energy bills of any area in South Carolina. So there are so many issues that needs to be worked on. We have a person with the Sierra Club, Penny, who's sitting back there, and energy is one of the issues that she is the issue that she is working on. Another issue that's involved is we're talking about the community I'm working on is a farming community. A lot of people, we have a lot of senior citizens who don't farm anymore. But one thing I've noticed with all of the flooding, the water doesn't dry up completely from the first disaster before you have another disaster. The water doesn't dry up out of the stormwater ditches from disaster in 2017 till the disaster in 2018. And working in areas where the poverty level is quite low, and we have, as Mr. Graves said, there are a lot of senior citizens in this area because the young people tend to move away. So it's not just one issue that you're working on when you work in a community like that. You're working on a myriad of issues.
Thank you so much.
Well, one of the problems we have when, with the race played a big part in it. When the storm came, everybody came together. Soon the storm over, everybody departed. And that made it hard for just a few of us to try to get something done. As long as all of us in there working together, we get something done. But as soon as the money start coming in, they find out they're getting some money, they'll just shut completely off, move away from you. You want to know why they don't come to the meeting anymore? Because they find a way they can accumulate money without even telling you. And see, and when we find out, we go out and tell our senior citizens this is what happening in the community. But first, the wells are down there. It's not that many left, but we do have running water down there. We do have a little running water down there. Thank you. But we don't pump any more water. But we do need the area cleanup. It can stand for that.
So one of the first things that I learned in organizing, and one of the things that that's important to me even today, is that, being poor is poor. Having a disaster strike is hard no matter what color, no matter who you are. And so when we have solutions and when we go out and we work in communities, it's important to remember that it applies to everybody. It's not that I just go out and I just help the people that look like me. It is the people that need help, and that's everyone in the community. And so when we go forward and we're doing our work, it always has to be in that spirit and in that mind, or else you've just negated all the good that you can do. So one of the things that we're doing as our organization is that we're part of an organizing hub with the U.S. Climate Action Network, and our whole, what we want to do is to go into communities all across the U.S. And begin to have the conversation about, what's going on in communities, what are people dealing with, and what are the solutions that they can do, and have communities come together, locally to solve their issues. And this goes across race, across ethnicity, so that everyone comes and that their voices can be heard. And it isn't us saying what needs to happen in those communities, but they speak up. But it goes across boundaries, and that's the only way to make this happen, because it's not just happening to one community and one race.
Thank you for that, for everything that you all are sharing. And I appreciate, not everyone identifies as a person of faith, but I hope that most folks identify as a person of conscience. And when we talk about place-based ministry, we need to look back into ourselves, and again, for the love of what do I care about, the resiliency aspect of the impacts of climate change are really, for better or for worse, forcing us to look at place-based ministry and better understand who is right there in our communities. And what's interesting, I think, about houses of worship is that people, because we live in different places now, don't necessarily walk to their congregation anymore. And you're traveling through communities and communities, or across town, or wherever it is. And so I'm hoping that we can begin to look at our location where we physically are, and we know that the indigenous knowledge that takes place and understanding where we are in place can help us navigate and understand what is going to happen in that location, and how we prepare preemptively for the changes that need to happen. And these houses of worship hopefully are going to be places of refuge, and if we can get them prepared and ready to take care of the communities that they aim to serve, that we say we aim to serve, we can do this. We can prepare ourselves in a way with the hope that the disaster doesn't happen, and we are a better community for it.
Thank you. In closing, scientists have said that we only have 10 years to fix the problem, because the earth will be uninhabitable if we do not. So we are in a very critical time. I heard some folk talk about 10 to 20 years from now. We don't have 20 years. We have less than 10 years. So I want people to begin to think about that. Before we leave here in the next 2 days, what are we going to be committed to do to ensure that we save the earth? Because if we don't do it, no one else will. I want to thank our panelists, Johnny B. Graves, Virginia Sanders, Reverend Susanna Tuttle, and Michaela Sherrod. They've blessed us with their time and with their thoughts. God bless you all. We're back on time.
Okay.
Let's put our hands together again for our panelists. Okay, so we're getting back on schedule. Here comes Anna. Some folks said that they're very cold. We're wondering why the energy was low. So she's going to turn down the air so we can heat up. Is that all right? All right. We'll get some more energy in the room. So now we're going to move to our breakout sessions where we can dig deeper, where each and every one of, Anna, will we be able to divide the room up, or we'll be able to divide it up? Okay, the wall's still broken, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask our panelists, if you look in your program guide, there are rooms on the second floor, and it shows you what room each of the panelists are in. We'll have 30 minutes to dig deeper into these areas. We want you to please share your ideas, your input, because this is where programs and actions come out of. And then for the main conference room, since the walls that divide it are broken, what we'll do is we'll call Section A here, Section B there, Section C here, Section D there. And then also Dr. Gittens, who has been a great supporter of our conferences every year for the last 10 years, has a massage chair outside, free massages. So after the breakout session, we're going to have 30 minutes where you can network, exchange cards, ideas, get to know each other, et cetera. But please, self-care is important. We want you to relax. If you're tensed or stressed out, just go get a free massage, okay? That sound good? Okay, so we're going to break up into groups, and we encourage you to go to whatever breakout group you really connected with during the panels, okay? Have fun, be creative, have some great input, because you are the solution, and it's your ideas that are going to make a difference. Let's put our hands together one more time for all the panelists.
calling Reverend Woodbury. Come on up here. Thank you.
Rashad K.
Dr. Adrian Hollis, please come up. Mr. Mayor Hyman. Rachel Mays, please come up here. Minister Corrine Mack. Reverend Mack. Listen up, everybody. The food is ready, so y'all can go over there and help yourself at this time. And when you come back, we're going to do the blessing of the food, okay?
Okay, I'll put that right there. Nobody touch it.
That was, she had it. You got it? Okay.
I'm not gonna put any on this part. It really is. It really is. Did you get my email? I got it. Okay. Yeah, looking at it right now. Okay. I'm reading it now and I'm getting ready to respond. Okay. Thanks. Oh no, she's gonna bring me a whole plate.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
What's up, man? How you doing, brother?
We ain't getting a chance to
I know, right? I know, right? Yeah, man. I'm here. I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it. It's like it's growing, man. It's growing.
Yeah, I talked to Fletcher too, and got it straight, you know. Like I was
All
going
about.
for a ball. Equal.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I said, Kyle ain't supposed to be calling asking you about nothing. That's your business.
So let me do my thing, right?
Yeah, I just want you to know that.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that, man.
That's what you people say they don't want you to tell it. You big got to say, well, she so I can tell her. They ain't gonna
know that some has already started eating, but I'm going to bless the food nonetheless. All hearts and minds at peace.
We're going to bless the food.
Can we just,
We're
can we,
going to bless the food that you already ate.
can we bless the
and
food?
food you're going to eat.
Yeah, because I've already started eating also. Father God, we just thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to come together in fellowship, oh God. Thank you for every word that is spoken today, God. We pray that it will bless our hearts and our minds, oh God. Father, thank you for the preparers of the food, and thank you for the food we have already eaten and that we're about to eat. We thank you in advance for what you're about to do in this place, for you will bring us into oneness. We thank you, Lord, for you are awesome. You are God, and we love you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Well, while you are enjoying your delicious meal, is it delicious? Is the meal delicious? Okay, why don't we quickly put our hands together and thank J&J Catering for the wonderful meal. And we want you to know they are people of color, women-owned business, okay? So wonderful. We have to support our communities and the folks who support us. We're going to have a speaker before our keynote, and he's a regular, not only at our conferences, but as we do the work, do community organizing, and go to communities like Sherrod and have a super fun site, and where Hurricane Florence spread the PCB contamination to the point where people, as we sit here and eat, are told that they have to remove their shoes before they go into their homes and wipe off the feet of their pets before they let them in their homes. He goes with us on the Justice First tour, has done that, down to Britain's Neck and Sellers, those communities that you've heard about that have been ravaged by flooding and hurricanes. And he's also a former candidate for District 7 of the U.S. Congress, and I don't know, I suspect he might run again as a Democratic candidate. He's also a professor at Coker College University here in the PD. We want to hear a word from the one and the only Dr. Mal Hyman. Let's give him some applause as he comes.
I want to introduce you all to the caterers, J&J Right Touch Catering, Janice and Joyce. And their staff. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Great to join you. Before I get started, we got a rabbi, a real minister in the environmental justice movement that's pulled us together for 10 years, an inspiration for me. Please join me in thanking Reverend Leo Woodbury for all of his efforts in pulling this together. I've been a teacher for 44 years in the public schools, 5 years in a medium security men's prison, and the last 30 years teaching at Coker College. I ran for Congress. I said I'm not going to take a dime of corporate or banking money because no one can serve two masters. I did meet Nancy Pelosi on the campaign trail and asked for opposition research, and her answer, I think, is revealing of the power structure that we're fighting. She said, after you raise $700,000 and show us a poll that indicates you could win, we'll help you. Congressman Clyburn never returned phone calls, the leader of the Democratic Party. Get elected, Barack Obama raised $1.2 billion. Wealthiest 1% puts 97% of the money into elections. They make elections into auctions, and they blind Congress from the interests of working people. We know we're facing a climate crisis. The Pentagon has been clear on this since 2004, their quadrennial report, where they said climate change is a greater threat to national security than terrorism, because it's going to change who gets the water. Greater floods, famines, wildfires, hurricanes, mass migration, political instability. They know it. They've been writing about it. The press, owned by billion-dollar conglomerates, isn't letting us know what we need to know for what are, in essence, modern-day plagues. Think about it. Floods, famine, wildfire. We're looking at mass migration, civil war in Syria, precipitated by a first in 900-year drought. People came into the cities desperate. The government didn't help them. They protested as part of the Arab Spring, and they were shot. And that's why people picked up arms, and the Pentagon knows it. This ought to be our national news. Central America, worst drought they've had in years. It's contributed to mass migration. We've seen the problems at our own border. Mass migration from Yemen because of a civil war, in part precipitated by a drought in Yemen. Drought in Sudan, leading to ongoing civil war in southern Sudan. Drought in northern Nigeria. This is the new normal for us. I submit we're going to need to use different language to break through. The UN is clear. After 6 studies, 2,000 scientists in each study from around the world, 100 different countries, bringing scientists together, telling us we have 12 years to make change on this. This is the greatest problem we face. It's the greatest problem we face globally. The red lights have been blinking for a long time on this. What we're looking at is madness in the White House, madness that we saw in Syria, madness that we've seen with the racism in the statements that have been made in the United States, madness that's gone on with the policies of not cooperating with Congress, and public is going to have to stand up in a different way and speak truth to power with love, because most change comes from the bottom up, not from the top down. When the people lead, the leaders will follow. Throughout our history, it's been the public organizing, the abolitionist movement, or the populist movement against the railroads and the banks, or women organizing to get the right to vote over a 50-year period, or the labor unions fighting for 60 years for rights, and then the civil rights movement, the gay rights movement, and the environmental movement. All of them, I would submit to you, moving from the bottom up, not from the top down. There is power in organizing when we speak truth to power with love. When I came of age in 1968, they murdered political leaders, and we still don't have the answers. Where are the files on who killed Martin Luther King? Where are the files on who killed Robert Kennedy? Where are the files on who killed President Kennedy? We still have 60,000 files that are classified where the public doesn't know what's going on. There's a lot that's kept from us in the name of national security. But when the Pentagon talks about national security and that climate change is part of national security, we're not hearing much about it. We're going to have to be the ones that raise those issues. And we can do it. Conferences like this do it. We know that we're stronger together. When the groups organize together and cooperate, we are much stronger. I recall back in that period, people talked about the need to come together so that we would speak truth to power by protesting. And young people are now taking the lead with the Sunrise Movement. I think it's incumbent upon all of us, when we see these young people, to help them in any way that we can. We've been through some of these fights. These fights, in essence, are a long, hard journey where ultimately we end up speaking more clearly, we organize more effectively. We're always learning by doing. Experience is the best teacher. And the only way we're going to get further on this is working with broader audiences. I would submit using a little different language and continuing to fight, but fighting in more creative ways with more courage, the courage of our convictions on things. I've found that in speaking up for people's rights to have health care, that I'd argue it as a conservative, that health care in Canada is supported by conservative business people and the Conservative Party, and they've had that for 40 years because it costs 2/3 as much money, everybody's covered, and they live 3 years longer than we do, and they pick their doctor, they pick their hospital. So by calling it a conservative idea, I found that a lot more people were listening to what I was saying. That's why I say we ought to use the language that these are modern-day plagues. We are reaping what we have sown. Our civilization is a force of nature that threatens our security. My hat's off to all of you. You're all in the trenches. You are all fighters. It's an honor to be part of this. Thank you, Reverend Woodbury. Thank you all for being here.
keynote speaker is also, I think, still a friend of mine. You know, we just joke like that. But she is. Oh, our next speaker is a friend of mine, as well as a co-worker and a colleague in the fight to have a better environment and a better world. And the way that she's in the fight, she doesn't have to be in the fight this way, because she could be somewhere else, making a good salary, keeping quiet, playing it safe. And I say that because she's a graduate of Jackson State, which is a HBCU. She, all right, in the house, right? She also graduated from Rutgers University, studied at Meharry Medical College, and finished up her postgraduate studies at Harvard University. So she could definitely just play a check and play safe and get a big check, right? But she's in the trenches, she's doing the fight, she's speaking truth to power. She's currently employed at the Union of Concerned Scientists, which are scientists from all across the country who are lifting up the issues of environmental justice and the need for us to address what we should no longer call climate change, but a climate crisis. So our next speaker, let's welcome her by putting our hands together, is no other than Dr. Adrienne Hollis.
Thank you. Is this, okay. I have to put my glasses on so I can't see y'all because I'm shy. And now everybody's out of focus. So I had some notes, but I kind of want to just talk as our friend Mustafa would say, real talk about what's going on. And a lot of it you've already heard today. I like to tell a little bit about where I'm from because I think it's important to know why I feel like I can speak on this. So I grew up in Mobile, Alabama, in the shadow of the International Paper Company and other facilities that contaminated the area in which I lived, in the African American community or environmental justice community, near Africatown, which some of you may be familiar with. I was just there this weekend, and it was sad because, you know, in our communities, it's obvious that the money is not going to where it's needed, right? When I was young and we finally moved out of rented homes, my mom got her own home. The neighborhood was nice and you know, up and coming, and now they would call them HUD homes, but back then we didn't know from HUD. We knew it was ours, and it still is hers, you know. But the neighborhood isn't what it used to be. What isn't dilapidated is being bought up for gentrification, right? And which is another issue that we have been fighting for, or fighting against, I should say. My brothers live in different places all over the country, one in California, one stayed in Mobile, one is in Maryland, he was in Boston. But when we go home, we see, you know, we all have that same story to tell, so. So I feel like I can speak, because I can speak about my experiences, you know, growing up, and there were only certain beaches we could go to. And one of them, you know, when you're a little girl, you don't have bikinis, you have two-piece. And my mom bought me a two-piece, it was white. And I remember getting in the water once and getting out, and I had brown oil all on my two-piece, and it was never white again. But that's the kind of beaches we swam in. That's where we were allowed to go. Of course, now we can go to Pensacola Beach and all that other kind of stuff. Most of it is still contaminated, but we can do that. So I remember when my brother had asthma really bad, but we didn't have money to get the medication all the time. So my mom would hold him over the bathtub and run the hot water so that it would open up his airways. And this is what you do. This is the kind of thing that you have to do where we're struggling because of economic oppression, right? So I'm not going to talk about that, though. Today I want to talk about something new, the climate crisis. I'm sure you haven't heard about it from any of the speakers already. I want to thank Reverend Woodbury and Kingdom Living Temple for having me. I always enjoy coming here. I know you do. I'm sure most people have been to one of the conferences before. I hope so. I hope you've been to a number of them and continue to go to them. But I kind of wanted to, because I'm a teacher, I'll do a little bit of education. When we talk about climate and climate change, there are 3 states, right? It's current, transitional, and future. Current is what we already know. You've heard about it today, people suffering, flooding of homes, people being forced to evacuate, migration, people forced to choose between whether or not they'll have heat or air, or they'll have food on the table, just to name a few things. People without jobs, or people in jobs that will eventually kill them because they're being exposed to toxic substances, right? So that's where we are. The transitional period is knowing that we have the power to make the difference. You know, we have lawsuits, people are suing, people are engaging in marches. We've done our share of marches. I haven't been arrested yet, but there's hope. Still, you know. And yes, I'm a lawyer, but I can't represent myself. I'd have a fool. What is it? Have a fool for a client. So, but that's us making the change, addressing what we see. And then the future is what we want it to be, right? How we want things to look. We want things to be fair and equitable. And in that equitable term, using that equitable term, I want to just take a moment and make the distinction between equity and environmental justice, or equity and justice, because they're 2 totally different things, and people use them interchangeably. And justice, environmental justice, I'll say, because I am not afraid to use the term. People don't like it, so we use climate justice now. And we started with environmental racism. People didn't like that, so we changed to environmental justice. And now people don't like environmental justice, so we say climate justice. Okay, I'll say whatever you want me to say. Just give us the money that we need to do what we need to do. There you go. Right? So we get in those spaces. I mean, I do it at work, right? I'll say my title at UCS is the lead climate justice analyst. And I'll be that, but I'll do environmental justice because that's, what it is to me. And Laura knows this. I was at one, when she was at Sojourner, Laura's over there, the one who I'm embarrassing right now. We were at a conference, and this woman came up to me and said, "Hey, what are you going to do about this new thing? How are you going to address this new thing?" I said, "What new thing?" She goes, "Environmental justice." She said, everybody's getting behind climate justice, and then this new thing popped up. And I was just about to kick her a little knowledge, and Laura grabbed me. And I was like, "Wait, come on, let's go." I was just going to talk to the lady and explain to her, that environmental justice is a battle we've been fighting forever. I mean, was not Martin Luther King, right before he was murdered, was he not engaged in, with workers, in environmental justice issues? So, I like to say that, especially for our youth, that I'm not taking anything from you, but just recognize that there are people you can learn from, and also people you can assist, because we all need a new way of thinking. We need new ways to think about addressing issues. So I'm all about these 2 groups coming together. I'm all about all groups coming together, really. And one of the things that I'm a proponent of is working with non-traditional partnerships. For example, historically, communities have a problem with the scientific community because they have come in and taken information from us and used it for their own benefit, right? I say they and us, but I'm a scientist too, but I didn't do it. I'm just saying, I just want to put that out there. And now we have, in order to prevent that, one of the things we have, and we talk about a lot, are memorandum of understanding, agreements between communities or community organizations and other nonprofit organizations or universities, and I bring that before the Union of Concerned Scientists also. anyway, I'm getting off my point here. What I wanted to say is, when it comes to, when it comes to the future, right? Climate, the future of the climate crisis. One of my students, I teach online also, asked me, do you really think, Dr. Hollis, that we can stop climate change? And I said, sweetie, we can't, no, he said, can we reverse climate change? I said, no, we can't reverse it. That's not what the fight is about. It's about slowing it down and stopping it. The damage is done, but we don't want it to get worse, right? The current state is the damage is done. I don't want the future to be this times 100, right? 1,000, 5,000, right? And that's what I was telling him, and he says, well, do you think one person can make a difference? And I said, if each of us, as one person, makes a difference, gets in the fight, then yeah, because we together are powerful. And I don't think we recognize that. We need to put aside our egos and all of that and pull on our histories and our stories and work together. And in that, I put all my poor little notes, I'm not even following them. For me, this is a call to action. I talked to Reverend Woodbury about what he kind of wanted me to talk about, and it's what I wanted to talk about, which is we need to, coming here is important. Going to meetings like this and telling our stories, it's important, and we've got to continue to do that. At the same time, we cannot allow ourselves to leave here today, for those of you who are leaving today and won't be here tomorrow, or tomorrow, without having a plan of action, so that next year the panel will be, this is what I did in the last year. This is what we did in the last year, And it's not about saying, we recognize where we are and the problems we have. So the question is, what is it, what are you going to do about it? And I tell UCS all the time, when you prepare a document, people want to know three things. What is it? How does it affect me? And what can I do about it? And I think those are the three things we want to know about the climate crisis. What can we do about it? So let's not leave here without a plan of action. And not just a plan of action, but with some, beginning to develop some timeline so that in the next year, we have done some things. And I don't mean going to a march. I mean some concrete things. Next week, there's a big lawsuit in New York where Exxon and a few other companies are being sued because they knew that their activities were affecting the climate. That's action. You talk about perseverance. We can talk to Reverend Woodbury and Ms. Slater about how many times they were told no by Duke, right? Duke Energy, before they got this Whitney M. Slater, a solar farm. So we have to persevere, but we have to also be diligent, and we have to also be willing to lay it out there. And we have to speak, as someone said earlier, speak truth to power, and we can't be afraid, right? And so let's all agree that before we leave here, in the rest of the workshops, that we leave with actionable stuff, not just leaving with the hope that we see each other here next year, but the excitement that we know when we come back, we'll have something to report. Because, and this is what I'm gonna close with, I saw this and I loved it. It's an African proverb. If you wanna go fast, go alone. If you wanna go far, go together. And so we need to get together and work together. Thank you.
Oh, you can do better than that. Thank you. We thank Dr. Hollis. You're going to hear something Reverend Michael Malcolm and some others are going to tell you. I'm obsessed and I'm crazy. You're going to hear me saying one thing over and over and over and over and over again, probably for years to come. Community-led climate solutions. We have to solve our own problems. Stop believing that the same people who polluted our communities and ignore us and won't fund us are going to suddenly magically come up with solutions that include us. It's time to rise up and to reclaim our communities, and that's what she's talking about, and we can't do it without the science. Is that correct? We need engineers, we need scientists who can tell us how to do it right. So one more round of applause for Dr. Adrian Howard. Thank you for coming all the way from Washington, D.C. Now we have a video because we have someone else who she talked about who has been in this fight a long time. And when I say a long time, I mean he was in the fight when I first got involved with environmental justice 28 years ago. And he's still doing the fight. He's traveling all over the country, all over the world. We talked on the phone not too long ago, and he was like, I'm on my way to meet the president of Ghana. And so he could not be here. He wanted to be here. So we're going to have a video presentation this time from the person who fought for environmental justice in communities, then went to the Environmental Protection Agency, formed something at the Environmental Protection Agency called the Office of Environmental Justice, went from there to form the Interagency Environmental Justice group, which included every federal agency. And then when our administration changed in Washington and wanted to dismantle all of those things, said, I got a good job, I make good money, I go to the White House to see presidents, I sit with people at State Departments, but I refuse to stay in a job where I know that regulations will be rolled back, families will be hurt, children will get sick and die, communities will be destroyed. I'd rather leave that cushy job and do the fight. And so he's currently the vice president of the National Wildlife Federation and a good friend of ours. So we want to share with you a video presentation from the one, the only, Mustafa Santiago Ali. A lot of you know him, and a video presentation coming up.
If you listen closely, you can hear the ancestors of African slaves reaching out and telling us, keep moving forward, not to give up, that a better time will actually happen. From the times of slaves on our country's shores, on the plantations, brought there not just for their labor, but also for their expertise in agriculture, America has been built upon those backs, those tears, those bloods. And as we move forward, we have individuals that we can reference by name who have done incredible work to help to make change happen inside of our country. George Washington Carver, who helped folks to have a better understanding, not just how to utilize peanuts, but also to understand our soils and why it was so important to protect them. You have Matthew Henson, led the Michigan Working Group. And out of that working group came the recommendations to the Environmental Protection Agency and William Riley at that time to say that we needed to have an Office of Environmental Equity, which became the Office of Environmental Justice at the Environmental Protection Agency. And out of that has come an incredible set of work, everything from the Environmental Justice Small Grants, which have provided over $25 million in resources to communities to be able to make change, to the National Environmental Justice Advisory Council, to Executive Order 12898 that President Clinton signed in 1994. And we have to call out the name of Dr. Clarice Gaylord, who was the first director of the Office of Environmental Justice, and Miss Vivian Malone Jones, who many will remember because of her civil rights work in integrating college, but also because she was the first director, regional director of environmental justice in Atlanta. And of course, Harold Mitchell, who's been able to take a $20,000 environmental justice small grant and leverage it over $300 million in changes. We can't forget our young brothers and sisters like Little Miss Flint and others who are continuing to move forward. Also the Sunrise Movement, and This Is Zero Hour. African Americans have made significant contributions and will continue to. Thank you.
So you'll be surprised at the work that you're doing and the impact that it can have. So the term environmental justice, I guess some of you know, came out of Warren County, North Carolina. Did you know that? Yeah. I was at that first People of Color conference in 1991 when we decided to move away from the term environmental racism because it described where we were but not where we wanted to go. And we never had any idea that those words, environmental justice, would grow beyond the South, across this nation, into an executive order 12898 penned by a president. And when you go to the United Nations website, you see the words environmental justice. So you don't know where the work that you are doing is going to lead and how it's going to blossom and how it may bless someone. So what we're going to do now is exactly what Dr. Hollis asked us to do. We're going to go back into our breakout sessions. And we know that, oh, I'm sorry. They just whispered to me. Awards. We always give out awards every year. And we can't give an award to everyone. Every one of you deserves an award, but keep coming to the conference. Eventually we'll get to you, all right? But this time we want to present some awards to some people who have been partners with us and have done a gallant and amazing job at making our communities better.
I just want to make this announcement. Someone left a phone outside, so Ms. Lindsey Graham had found a phone outside. So if this your phone, please come and get it. It'll be up here.
This is our first award. Our Climate Champion Award goes to someone who's doing an amazing job in creating and expanding a network throughout the South, and that is the Executive Director of the Southeast Climate and Energy Network, Alex Easdale. Alex? He went to the bathroom? You sure? We're trying to get him to break a habit. He might be outside smoking a cigarette. We'll get this to him. Next. Okay, so the next award goes to a good friend of mine who not too long ago didn't know too much about climate change or environmental justice, but you know, you don't have to be in the fight long in order to fight strong. Isn't that right? And so in the last 2 years, that he's been involved in this fight. He's done a lot of work here and across the country, bringing in the people of his community together. And so the next award that goes to our climate champion is for Chief Pete Blue Hawk Paul. Chief Pete? Yeah, he's with Alex. He's another one that smokes. I'm just going to let his secret out now. 2 things we're trying to break him out of: smoking cigarettes and drinking just gallons of Mountain Dew. We'll get that to him. Okay, so others of our champions are those who supported us with our Justice First tour. They do a lot of work and should be recognized and heralded more than they are, and has done tremendous work in Virginia, one of the strong places, one of our bulkheads in the fight in the South. And that award goes to Queen Shabazz. I know she's coming because she doesn't smoke. Yes, okay, so our next awardee is someone who may not live in an environmental justice community, but is tied to the environmental justice movement just as strongly as many who live in our communities and does the fight, and is a fellow person of faith. And I heard Virginia Sanders say earlier, quote from the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who said, "We may have come over here in different ships as slaves or immigrants or others, but we're all in the same boat now when it comes to climate change." Isn't that right? And so our next awardee and faith leader in South Carolina, North Carolina, and across the country and the world is Reverend Susanna Tuttle. What he just told me. So y'all know I wasn't lying. All right, come up here and get your award. It's my good buddy. I want y'all to know we go fishing together. Charles, don't be jealous. Charles Wells from Southern Echo. But you know what he told me? I said, "Yeah, you out there smoking cigarettes." He said, "No, I just lit it up." Yeah, just lit it up. I didn't make one draw off of it. There you go. You deserve it, buddy. Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right. Come on up, Alex. No need. Alex, you have your award. And I don't know if you were smoking cigarettes, but if you weren't, I'll smell it on you when you get up here. Say you weren't out. All right. We're going to bring everybody up and take a picture. Thank you. All right, okay. So it takes all of us together, right? All stakeholders? Oh, you're quiet. Doesn't it take all of us? Right? All stakeholders, all of us are not the same. All of us have our different ways, our different flavors, and our next awardee not only has his own style, his own flair, his own flavor, he also says he has no filter. Reverend Michael Malcolm. We're going to help you. Lord Jesus. You know what he whispered to me? So if I'm going to try to be more like your Jesus, because my Jesus cussed too much. Okay, so next awardee is, sometimes you meet people along the way, and you meet them in a place that you've occupied for a while, but the people you knew in that place, it wasn't that person, it was someone else. And we move on, they move on, and someone else comes in. And you know, when you first meet people, you're not sure about them and how they are and whether or not you're going to meld and what kind of relationship you're going to have. But we had one conversation, and after that one conversation, we saw we were on the same page. We work together, we enjoy each other, we're planning for the future and amazing things for this country. And that new person is the, well, not so new now, Executive Director of Georgia One, Lindsay Harper. Some of us have been in the fight a long while, and we're in the fight because we were born into the fight, which means that our parents and people before us were involved and we learned as we grew, right? Kind of like my daughter. My daughter, we have a picture of her at a march to take down the Confederate flag. She was so small, we're pushing her in a stroller. Now, I don't know if this individual was being pushed in a stroller, but I know that this individual's mother and father were great civil rights organizers and leaders, and they have continued in that tradition with faith, with love, and a strong heart. None other than Minister Buquilla Irvin Cannon. Many of you probably recognize her because she was at a lot of Justice First tour stops. Okay. How many more? How big is that box y'all got? Okay, so our next climate change awardee is another person who helped make the Justice First tour happen, but we also work on issues of climate change and sustainable living and other things. And we work together in the organization where we do the work in the South, we do the work across the nation, and we do the work internationally. And he's a quiet fellow, but he's a fellow who gets the job done. None other than Reverend Malik Safir from Little Rock, Arkansas.
Stay behind in the shadows. Yeah, come on out. So take this with you. Thanks,
Better shake everybody's hand. I didn't put everybody's name on the list. Some of these other folks did that. No, when we choose this, we actually have a conversation. Okay, another person, I guess too, likes to, like Malik, likes to stay behind the scene and does the work, but does the work across the entire South. Actually is the person behind a lot of folks that we see in the field doing the organizing, helping them to put together their plans and making sure they stay on track. And that's none other than Sierra Club's very own Bill Price. Come on down. What? Oh, he's because I know he doesn't smoke. We'll get that to him. Okay, next we have, God, we got a lot of behind the scenes quiet people this year, don't we? Okay, so the fight in the Carolinas again, not South Carolina though, and I was just telling someone that we have a polluter that has been expanding, is continuing to expand. But I believe that this particular polluter, because of the hard work that has been done by her and others in her communities, and what we're talking about is their report to their shareholders. And their report to their shareholders doesn't include them doing anything else in North Carolina, because I think they got their whipping and learning their lesson. This award goes to none other than Debbie Short. Okay, this year's final award, okay, goes to someone who, unlike you, Malik, you've been in the military. Unlike you, Reverend Malcolm, you've been in the military. This person is a soldier. This person is a soldier. Let's say it one more time. This person is a soldier because they have done the fight, living in a community where they are sick, not have been sick, are sick now, and has been combating cancer, is a cancer survivor that probably came from the pollution from the 10 polluting, of the 6 polluting facilities within a 10-mile radius. But you want to know something? See her at rallies, see her at meetings, see her protesting, and sometimes only found out after the action was done that she was sick and under doctor's care. So for a true soldier in the fight for environmental justice, the next award goes to Deborah David of Hamlet, North Carolina. Yes, you can stand and applaud her, yes. Okay, hold on. That's enough. Okay, hold on. Okay, wait a minute. You don't go anywhere because you get something special. Okay, from Sister Woodbury.
I'm here to represent the women of power. Miss Deborah, when we have breakfast, now we're turning into brunch because every time we have a meeting, she always make food for us. And I'm not talking about a little bit of food. You know the big pan that you use for event buffets like this? She bring everything. So on behalf of the women of power, of Canaan Living Temple, I present these roses to you. We love you.
And so the Women of Power is this year, we had our annual women's conference, and we had women mayors and women elected officials and organizers, and when they had the women's conference, they decided they didn't want to go get apart and just come back the next year. They have been holding, since May, monthly meetings. They put together a theory of change, a plan of action, and they're getting ready to come out and do this work. 21 women, right, and do this fight in North Carolina and South Carolina. You should put your hands together again for them. And Deborah David is a part of that Woman of Power team, and so is Loretta Slater and my wife. And so we're expecting really good and amazing things out of them. Now, do I have anything? Is that it? One more. They want you to stand up.
This one rose represents the love we have for you from the Women of Power, Kingdom Living Temple.
And for those who want to know why she didn't get an award, but you got one last year, didn't you? Year before, okay, because she got one the year before, and so we want everybody to get a chance. So now can I say, let's go back to the breakout room? Yes. Okay. Oh, boy, okay. You can tell I'm not really the boss, right?
Okay, a couple of announcements. First of all, the PD Indians they have ball peanuts, so please help them out and give them a donation. We also have the Justice First hats, if y'all want the hats, the shirts, the t-shirt, everything. So cups, everything. So load up, buy everything. Please buy everything. We also wanted to announce that our next year conference, we're going ahead and announce it where you can put it on your calendars, okay? It'll be October the 16th and 17th of 2020. So we need to get this together because you know it's voting. So we're going to get out there and get these people voting because he is not going to get in that office no more. So these are the announcements. Thank y'all.
All right, good. So that, and now, y'all should not be surprised about that because if you ever come to our Sunday worship service, we get into it so much sometimes that I get so excited that I stand up and I'm getting ready to do the benediction. They like, wait a minute, Reverend, you forgot to take up the offering, right? So we often forget about that. But tonight, they reminded me at 7 p.m., every time when we have our conference, we have our green worship service. And so we invite you to come back. Anybody ever been there before to our worship service at the conference? Amazing singing, amazing young people, amazing worship, and an amazing message. And sometimes where the Spirit leads us, we don't know where it's going to go. So they actually showed me the one from 2016, October. And during that service, we said, and remember, 2016, it was before the election and before we expected all this to happen in the March. And this is what was said. We will have to march. We will have to march on city halls. We will have to march on state capitals. We will have to march on the White House. Something happens during that spiritual experience. And when we look at every one of those worship experiences, and we've been doing this for 10 years, there's always something said that manifests itself in the coming year until the next convening of the conference. So we invite you to come and join us in celebration and worship. And for those who like to celebrate in another way, yes, we will let you go before they do last call for alcohol, okay? And so this time we're going to break up. What time is it? We're so behind schedule. One more quick announcement. Okay.
Of course, we all know that we are in the social media age. And if you would like to find us on social media, you can find us at Justice First Tour on Facebook. And on Instagram, you can hashtag Justice First. Always remember to stay connected. And if you don't have any of our information, see me and give me your emails and all of that stuff, and I will keep you connected. Thank y'all, and I appreciate all of y'all.
Thank you. See him or any other staff person, okay? So with that being said, we're going to break up. Yes, sir. Yes? Oh, okay. All right. Bill Price, come on down. Bill, we got an award for you. Climate champion.
Out here, those are the people that need the award.
Yeah, they got some YouTube. Bill's been doing this a while. Every now and then, Bill and I get tired. We get frustrated. one of us starts thinking about, well, this is hard. I start thinking about rocking chairs and fishing poles. But then we always wind up, I think I'm the one who always winds up saying, there's no retirement from the revolution, right? So to Bill Price, our Climate Champion Award. Thank you so much. for all you do. Okay, 2:45, so 3:15, 3:30. Okay, 2:45, 3:15, Q&A. Now y'all gotta do the Q&A. 2:45, 3:15, 3:30. Okay, let's convene back here at 3:30. So if there was a breakout session you didn't get to, and like we said, we want you to not just talk about the problem, let's talk about solutions. And then after that, we're going to have our funders roundtable that we do every year. And I'm glad to say that every year, someone who comes here and who was not connected to an entity, a funding entity, and never was funded by them, wind up getting a grant because of the connections that they made here. And I think we have somebody, Ishmael is going to actually share with us some of the people who came to this conference last year, made some connections, and got funded this year. So after your breakout session, let's come back here at 3:30 so that we can talk to the people who help us fund this work. Is that right? Okay, so this half of the room needs money for the work, and everybody over here is independently wealthy, right? So find a breakout session that you wanted to attend this morning but weren't able to, and we'll reconvene here at 3:30. Thank you all for what you do. Let's put our hands together and thank each other and appreciate each other with the applause.
Whoever phone this is, it has flowers on the back. So you may want to, it has flowers on the back. Don't be shy. Don't make me use it. I got to make some long distance phone calls.
Don't forget, ask someone you came with if they lost their phone. That's your phone? God, you know how I met her? Because she left her notebook the first day. You lose stuff every time you come. Do y'all know each other?
Yeah, we met and she reminded me.
Both of y'all are signed. No, but y'all could be both. Huh? Okay, guys, everybody is having an exciting and productive time, so we're gonna take about 10 minutes for the people upstairs to come down, and then we're gonna ask, we're gonna do our funders roundtable. We have some people here who give out grants and do re-granting, and so we wanna bring them up. So take about 10 minutes to close out your conversation, and then that'll be the last part that we do until 7 p.m. when we move into our worship service, okay? Where's Loretta? She's supposed to be who else? Ishmael or who else?
Ishmael?
Bill Price. Ishmael, Bill
Ishmael.
Price, who else?
U.S. Can.
That's Ishmael.
Okay.
And Bill
You?
Price and who else?
You?
Yeah.
Marilyn
Mark
Matt?
Robinson.
And Bill Price.
That's what I said.
Bill
Bill.
Price, yeah.
Who else? Alan, Bill, and who?
Ishmael. Ishmael.
I said Ishmael.
Yeah, you.
Huh?
That's it.
3.
1, 2, 3, 4. Maryland.
Marilyn, Ishmael, Bill, and me.
Yeah.
Ishmael, come on up. Bill Price, Marilyn Marsh Robinson. We want folks to get some rest so we can go to church. At 7 and then get out quickly so we can hang out. Besides, you want to sit out here? Okay. Ishmael knows. He did this last year. He's actually.
I don't think it's gonna happen like that. I think it's going to ask questions and then
Why won't you find? Can you guys in that part of the room see the speakers? Yes? Okay, great.
And I might have to end up getting on the road because I don't want to be on the road too much. Tonight. No, I didn't say it. I have to be at the Environmental Justice Network at 8 in the morning, so I need to get in tonight. Well, thank you.
Then the cubicle I had was right by his office, so he just popped in. I think he leaves candy in there. Bobby is international organizing director, and my boss is an Eastern Regional organizing director. And I, Mark Benninger, I'll never met Mark. He works out in the Northeast.
Might as well get started, right?
Do you want some water?
So you work for the Virginia chapter?
Yes, please.
I did.
One of the big coffee cups. I could just tell I needed some.
Because I need some.
Oh, okay.
I was in Northern Virginia organizer, so it was a mix of like supporting the local groups, and then but more the clean power plan, and then I also did transportation. It was like another thing that they wanted. That was more like local transportation, much like toll road / Silver Line Metro expansion stuff that was going on, and then transportation was just a little over. Like I feel like I need.
I'm going to start.
You went outside, huh?
Even he probably still has it. I don't know if they've changed the organizing plans, like template for how you like who your main go, who your secretary go, who you this.
Are you guys enjoying this? Okay, that was so weak and lame and whatever. No, we wrote seriously. I have no concept of how this is going, and we actually respond to what people tell us. So, for example, this year is the first time that we've ever done 2 days, and that happened because folks told us that when we had panelists and breakout groups, that they said, well, you know, we missed some of them because you have one in the morning and then you have a different panel in the afternoon, and we want to go to 2 breakout groups, but we can only go to 1. And so we purposely moved it because you asked us, that we purposely moved it to 2 days because you asked us to. And then the other thing is we're doing a Friday and a Saturday because people from the community who couldn't get off from work, et cetera, Monday through Friday, asked us to do that. And so when we ask you guys, how do you like it? What's going on? What can we approve? That sort of stuff. If you don't answer and you come back next year and something's going on that you really didn't appreciate, it's because you didn't speak up. So this is your conference, okay? And Loretta Slater, you're supposed to be introducing us. So, we're trying to let these people get some rest, and me too, before we do church tonight. Yeah, y'all know I'm a northerner, so I had trouble because, you know, I didn't have the southern accent where I first came. You know, I wasn't saying church, you know, like preachers, church. This morning, God gave us a message.
All right, everybody. Now we come to the funders round table. I'd like to introduce our panelists, Pastor Leo Woodbury. Y'all can give him a hand clap. The next panelist is Marilyn Marsh Robertson of North Carolina and EDF. The next panelist on here is Ishmael. I don't know his last name. Buckner. I'm sorry, I always call you Ishmael, and that was it. He's of U.S. Can. So welcome, Ishmael. We also have Bill Price of the Sierra Club. So thank y'all for staying and listening to our panelists at this time.
Yes, thank you. So this is pretty much a discussion that we do every year, and before we start the discussion, I want to say this, okay? It's really hard when you do re-granting as an organization, or if you're a foundation person. It's really hard because people are always coming after you, asking you about money and that kind of stuff, and can you help our communities? So we don't want to run folks off, do we? Okay, so this is not about pitching your personal proposal to anybody here, but instead it's about them sharing knowledge and information that makes us more fundable, okay? And so, I always say this half jokingly: don't harass these people who were kind enough to come and tell us how we can get funded for the work that we do, because we don't want to turn them off, stop them from coming, right? That's right. Okay, and so we're going to let each one talk. The reason I'm here is because I sit on the board of some organizations that give grants and that do funding, and I think, yep, one of them is U.S. Can. And so, where's Malik? Is Malik here? From Green Faith? Malik's supposed to be up here too. Come on, Malik. Okay. Come up here, Malik. You know why they pay for your airline ticket and hotel room? Okay, so what I'm going to do is pass the mic, starting down with Bill, and then we'll work it this way, and everyone will talk about their organization, what they do in terms of funding folks like us, and then after that, we'll kind of have a little discussion, and if we have time, we'll do some Q&A, okay?
Yeah, just like a preacher, I sit in the back of the church thinking that I'd be last, but no, he flips it upside down. So the Sierra Club is a national organization. Most of you probably have heard of the Sierra Club. We don't really call it re-granting, but there are ways that resources from the Sierra Club can get down into the communities where we actually want them to be, because that's where the work happens. But I am an organizing manager for the National Sierra Club, and here in South Carolina we have 3 organizers for 3 different campaigns, and all of our funding comes down through campaigns. And the ones that we have active in South Carolina are the Ready for 100 campaign, which you may have heard about, which is the action about trying to get the cities and municipalities and counties and school systems and everyone to commit to 100% clean energy by 2030 and do the actual implementation of it. It's not just about signing on a form that says you're going to commit to it. You have to actually do the work. And Penny Cothran is our organizer for that campaign. Another campaign that we work on is with the Healthy Communities campaign, which is working a lot in the PD region of South Carolina. You heard from Virginia earlier, who's the organizer for that. They work on storm resiliency, trying to get the resources from the federal government or the state government actually down to the people who are impacted by climate change through the flooding and through all these storms. And I can't see if Virginia's in the room. I heard her. Anyway, and then we just hired our third organizer in a year for South Carolina, which is Xavier Boatwright. Xavier's in the back. And Xavier is working on a Beyond Coal to Clean Energy campaign. And again, just started 2 weeks ago. So we're excited to have someone down in the coastal area to take a look at some of the coal plants and the Santee Cooper situation and help to get us off of coal and get us off frack gas. The other campaign that is involved in South Carolina, I won't say we're present here yet, is the Beyond Dirty Fuels campaign, which is our pipeline campaign. So if the ACP does come to South Carolina, we won't be ready for it. Now, the way resources come down is through the campaigns and can either go through our chapter, and we have some people from the South Carolina chapter in the room, and we also do fund community groups at times. But the first point of contact for that is usually the organizer that's sitting on the ground. That's why we want to have the organizing staff at these kinds of meetings and go to them, and they then come usually to me, and we find a pot of money. There's pots of money all over the Sierra Club. I've been with them for 17 years, and I'm still discovering where there are pots of money. And thank God there's pots of money. But it is a sort of a complicated structure, but if you come to us with a good project that fits within the campaign parameters of Beyond Coal, Beyond Dirty Fuels, pipelines, healthy communities, Ready for 100 clean energy stuff, we can usually find some amount of resource for you. The way we like to do that is we'll provide the resource. We also help to provide like the staff time that would help put out on a campaign. So it's not all about money. It is about money, but it's not all about money. We want to make sure that there's resources of people that are ready to do the work and get stuff done. That's the bottom line, is getting stuff done, because we are in the middle of a crisis and we need to move the needle quite a bit in South Carolina. But if we're going to do that in South Carolina, then we have to start working together across race, across class, across everything, and actually go and tell the people that are in charge now to get out.
Hey everybody, my name is Ishmael Buckner. I am the Network Engagement Coordinator at U.S. Climate Action Network, of which there are multiple members in the room. Shout out to all the members. Oh, hey, Lindsay. So U.S. CAN. So U.S. CAN is a network of groups that are working to address the climate crisis. We have a lot of environmental groups specifically. We also have other groups that are multi-issue groups that work on a bunch of stuff, including environment, climate, or toxins. In terms of funding opportunities, we do a grant program for our members, for member organizations at US CAN. In terms of numbers, so I can't actually say who the folks who get grants are this week. One, because I don't know, and two, because not everybody's responded yet. Not everybody, some people are traveling, haven't checked their emails, so I can't announce them before they find out.
You know the number of how much is given out?
620, oh no, I know the number for this year, I can say that. 620,000 is how much we give out in grants. But to put that a little bit into context, our budget runs in the 1.3 to 1.8 million range. So we actually give a big chunk of our budget. If you look at the budget from January 1st to end of December for last year, it was a little over a third of the budget went for grants. But if you look at it from our fiscal year, so June to June or July to July or end of June to end of June, it's closer to 40-some, pushing on 50% of the money at USCAN is used for the collaborative grant program. So it's a pretty big chunk of, of the resources that we have all together. And I will say USCAN has a lot less money than some of the other groups we're normally clumped in with when people are talking about the big greens. Like most of those groups are in the tens of millions, sometimes hundreds of millions, and we're in the less than 2 million zone in terms of money. So I think one thing is feel free to try and leverage us against other big groups that have a lot more money than us. So if you're saying like, hey, we're trying to get some money for this. I heard USCAN was giving folks, is giving out this, over a third of their budget goes to regranting. What are you guys doing? It looks like it's less than 2%. Why should we be giving community support to groups that don't support communities when these other people who have a lot less money are giving a lot more? So if you can, I talked about this last year, but if you can if you're a member, or if you're saying I work with people who are members who are getting funding, if you can try to leverage us against the other big green the other groups that have lots of money and don't give out as much. And in terms of the grant program, so we have the members, so we title it the Member Empowerment Grants, and it breaks down into 2 categories of grants. And give me 1 second here. I want to make sure I get so we have the collaborative grants, which are based around groups working together. So you'll have 4 member groups who will come together and apply for a grant together that can be up to 80 grand, so about 20 grand per group if it was divided that way, or 80 in a collective pot if you're working on like a project together. I mean, you can decide how you split the money up, but it's 80 grand if 4 groups are applying together. And the collaborative grant process really gets at the core of some of how USCAN focuses on work. A lot of what we talk about is connect, align, produce, and especially if you talk to Kaya, who's our executive director, she'll repeat that phrase, connect, align, produce. So a lot of our work is trying to get people in our network to connect with one another and work together around and figure out where there's alignment, where things can happen together. And especially if things are focused on building power from the grassroots, which is the name of one of our action teams, but it also shows up in a lot of different places in USCAN, and granting is one of them. There's grants that focus on, that are looking to try and build groups that are, kind of doing base building around building power at the local level. And there's also a prioritization in grants for folks that are working in frontline communities or at the grassroots. So that's one of the criteria that'll get folks who are applying sort of bumped up, and that's one of the things that folks who are on the grant committee look at and are given instruction to look at when they're reviewing grants that come in from our member orgs. So things that highlight things that impact the communities. If you're living in a place that gets hit by hurricanes or is in the way of getting hit by a hurricane, and talking about that and resiliency work, that's something that might help to lead to being awarded a grant. There are, let me see. Yeah, there's actually the second, so there's the collaborative grants, and then there's the grassroots frontline grants. Grassroots frontline work will help in the collaborative grants, but then you can also just apply directly for the grassroots frontline grant itself, which is the second type of grant that we offer. Let me think. And then in terms of a list of groups that got funding, I'm trying to think of folks who are here or were here earlier. Last year, GASP got funding from USCAN. Nina was here, and Michael Hansen, who were both with GASP. I don't think they're in the room. I think they had to leave out to get back to Alabama, but they were here earlier. Georgia Wand, which is Lindsay over there, and hey, have gotten funding. Kingdom Living Temple, North Carolina Interfaith Power and Light, which was Susanna, who I think had to leave out she had a bunch going on this week. Let's see, who else is on here? Soul Nation, which Nikisha was here last year. I don't think she can make it this year, but Nikisha actually is she was here last year, applied for a grant, got it, and she's now actually on the grants committee. So that's the other thing in terms of our members are the folks who pick who get grants. So there's a grants committee that folks can join. One of the requirements for the grants committee is that you've been a grantee in the past, so that you've gotten money before and gone through the application process yourself. And then those folks choose who get the grant. So this isn't a staff-led process outside of some of the mechanics, like we're the ones who put the application on the site and let people know. And we do have a little bit of like input on the review process when it's like, hey, give a heads up, like if you know if these, because one of the other requirements that they look at is, are you like active in the network? Are you already working with people? Like, are you working with people so now we're funding things that have already got a little bit of a start to it versus just out of the blue? And yeah, so, but the grants committee, I want to say I don't know the number off the top of my head. I think it's 7 people. I think it's 7 members who sit on the grants committee who are the ones who are reviewing, who are looking at the criteria, some of the things I laid out before, how are you working together, who's being impacted most, is it frontline communities, is it grassroots, is it impacted communities? And yeah, but Nikisha right now is on the grants committee for this year, so, if you're in the room and you applied and you didn't get funding, don't be mad at me. I didn't. But I'm trying to think other folks. Sunrise Movement isn't in the room right now, but they are a group that's also gotten funding from us before. Let's see, I'm trying to think if there's anybody. Yeah, the Whitney M. Slater Foundation, also the People's Justice Council, which is, where's Reverend Michael? Oh, well, isn't he introducing you tonight? Doesn't he have a part? Oh, okay. I was about to say, I think he's on the, okay. But Reverend Malcolm his group has gotten funding before, and so has the Whitney M. Slater Foundation. And I think those are the only folks from I named all the folks from last year who were here. And there were 8 collaborative grants and 10 grassroots frontline grants we gave out, so it was a combination of 18. And some of our grants are also 2-year grants, so a lot of them are 1 year, but some of them are 2-year. And I'm not 50 grand, yeah. The 2-year grants are 50,000. And I'm trying to think of anything else in terms of the process. Again, our grants are for member organizations, and I'm also the staff person who handles the application process. So if you are interested in applying to join USCAN and to come into the network, let me know. I printed out paper applications that are sitting on the table out there where you'll see USCAN stuff labeled. So if you're interested in fill that out and give it to me, I'll take it, take pictures, upload it, and be in touch. We take applications year round. We process quarterly. So right now, I'm taking applications up until any application that comes in between now and December 31st will get processed in January and early February next year after the new year. And our application process has a couple steps to it, I'm not gonna lie. It has a couple steps. It's me setting up an interview time with you or with reps from the organization. We typically request a copy of your taxes. Part of that's because we review where money's coming from to make sure that there's not funding coming from some choice polluters and big, like ExxonMobil or BP or some other groups that the network and members decided they didn't want them funding work in the network. And they also, there's a couple other politically aligned groups that will have very mundane names like the Center for Center Studies, but really it's just a front for some other group that gives money and they use that to funnel money. So that's what she's checking for, our staffer who looks over the taxes. And after that, we have a staff review where staff give a couple ideas. Then the board of directors gets a week to vote on the new members. And then after that, we give the entire membership a week to vote. So the final step in becoming a member is the vote that comes from the voting participants, and those are the reps that the organization send to USCAN. So we have the staff look over it, the board look over it, and then the entire membership gets to vote on the new members that come in. And that's our application process. And I will say that overwhelmingly almost, if you get most people who apply, make it. It's normally, and if you don't, there's if a staff person flags, like, hey, I think this group is getting a bunch of money from paper mills that are like polluting, areas where members are from and stuff, then we have a follow-up conversation where I'll set up a second interview, and typically Kaya will come in, the executive director will come into the interview, and she'll say what the questions from the board or from the staff are that flagged it, and talk through saying, hey, we have some concerns about this,
We want to make sure that money that you're getting isn't going to, you know, cause you to be in friction or against the goals of the network and our other members. So we'll come back and have that conversation. And yeah, I'm trying to think of anything. Total number of members. Right now, it's roughly 180. I will say that we are on the very tail end of trying to get everyone to pay their dues. So there's a couple of folks who were like, oh, you know, for whatever reason, not joining back up. But it's roughly 180 members across the U.S. who are in U.S. CAN. I should say U.S. CAN is part of CAN International. CAN International has, their word for chapters is nodes across the world. So some of the nodes represent a country like U.S. CAN. Some of the nodes represent like there's CAN Europe, so it represents a whole continent. There's CAN East Africa, so sometimes it represents a cluster of countries in the region. And CAN International represents civic life at the COP negotiations, so the negotiations around how to deal with climate change and the climate crisis at the UN. That's a lot of what CAN International's work is, and we're the US node of CAN. So one of our action teams is the Global Climate Advocacy Action Team. So if you're interested in trying to engage in the international space or bringing the stories from your community to the international space, that would be one of the ways to engage with that. But the other 4 teams that we have that our members vote on are typically more domestic focused. Yeah, I think those are the big things.
Good afternoon. I am Marilyn Marsh Robinson with Environmental Defense Fund. I'm the partnerships manager for our Southeast Raleigh office. Environmental Defense Fund is an international environmental advocacy organization that's been in existence for over 50 years. And our work spans over 5 programs: energy, climate, oceans, ecosystems, and health. And although we have fund in our name, we're not a foundation. We actually raise funds to do our work, but there are ways that we support our communities. And like Bill said, with Sierra, our work is campaign-based. And so through the different campaigns, we raise money to provide resources, and some of those resources are passed through to communities. Nationally, there was an opportunity this year, and actually was our 3rd year doing it, that we worked with Reverend Woodbury and some other communities with. We had the Summer of Action grants, where communities, if they had some activities where they wanted to, regarding discussing their climate local impacts, or wanting to talk about some local solutions or things that's going on in their communities, we encouraged them to apply for this grant where they could get up to $10,000 to do activities. And Reverend Woodbury was awarded a grant to talk to some of his local congressional delegation about some of the local impacts that's been going on in this state. The regional offices can also provide support to communities, and that's part of my job as a person in partnerships. And we do that through various ways, like sponsoring conferences, providing technical assistance. And we've also worked with Reverend Woodbury, Susanna Tuttle with North Carolina Interfaith Power and Light, on a U.S. CAN collaborative grant on the Faith Leaders Network, where we were providing technical assistance, but we didn't take any money from the grant. So we provided in-kind services, but we wanted the money to go to the other groups. And so sometimes I think people, larger groups, they do have the infrastructure in place. And so I think a good way of partnering with grassroots groups and other organizations is to say, look, we can provide some other resources and be there in whatever capacity that you need, but we understand that you know, we can step back and let this money come through to your organization and just have that honest, you know, conversation. I did have to go back to my organization and talk about that because money is still a real thing, but I think that's all a part of partnership and just being real with each other. Also, I know that we've had some of our partners in with our board members and in other receptions and such. And to me, being in partnership means not trying to be a gateway or trying to be what I've heard some communities say as being kind of a patriarch to the resources or try to covet the resources, right? But to also help communities have access so they can build their own relationships. And so I definitely heard that and, you know, help design opportunities so that community members and grassroots organizations could talk about the great work that they were doing and speaking in their own words in front of some people that could possibly bless their organizations. Again, I think that's part of being a good partner, and so I think that, you know, where possible, we should look for those opportunities. And I think, you know, we should not be afraid to have these conversations. I mean, money on the table, I mean, that's a real need. And we're talking about it in our organizations, and I know that you talk about it in your organizations. And so I don't think that, you know, communities should be afraid to say, this is what we need. And we would like to, you know, once the relationship is established, we would like to, you know, have access and talk about a way to do that and come up with a plan together. And that's what relationship is all about. And so I guess I will kind of leave it there for right now. Thank you.
So I'm here to represent Green Faith. Green Faith is a environmental, well, let me put it like this. We are a multi-faith environmental and climate organization, which means that we work specifically with faith communities directly, no matter what the religious tradition is, as well as people who are spiritual but may not claim a religious tradition, to train, resource, support, and partner with these faith communities and persons of faith to make sure that whatever climate or environmental issue that they're concerned about in their own communities, they have what they need to address those issues. And so our campaigns is part of the way in which we receive our funding, but also how we help fund others who are aligned with our campaigns. So our campaigns fall within 3 areas of focus. One is personal transformation, because we're faith-based. That means that we are concerned about the individual's moral life and how they see their moral lives and their values connected with them as a person of faith, and how they feel they're being called to change their behavior and also change how they relate with God and other peoples. And so we promote programs that help sponsor personal transformation. And one of those programs that we have now currently is called Living the Change. And that's a program where individuals who want to change their lifestyles that promote reducing their own carbon footprint, as well as helping family members and community members reduce their carbon footprint to help deal with climate change, then we use Living the Change as a platform to do that kind of work. That's just one example. The other example is the Green Faith Circle concept, which I'll talk more about tomorrow, but that's where individuals who are making the personal transformations in their own life as far as change link up with other individuals who also are personally trying to make those same type of changes or have something in common around what change they want to see individually. And they create a personal bond with each other that allows for them to build a collective bond that allows for them now to be able to now leverage those relationships together to move to another level of change, which we call institutional change, where they can go back to their communities, faith communities, or to the persons that they have intimate relationships with, and begin to think about how do we change the spaces that we practice our faith in, the buildings that we actually practice our faith in such a way that it reflects the change we want to see in the world. So for instance, if your faith community has property and land that has not yet been utilized for climate justice or environmental justice issues, figuring out ways you can think through now, how do we take our investment dollars, how do we take our property, our buildings, our land, and in many ways reimagine how we can use those things for climate or environmental justice. And so Green Faith works intentionally around making sure that if faith communities demonstrate that they are concerned and committed to, as individuals, climate or environmental justice, as well as their institutions to climate and environmental justice, then we do actually co-sponsor or even sponsor programs for them to be able to do the work that they say they feel called to do as people of faith. The other thing that we do that is also instructive is that we do lead national and international campaigns that also allow for faith communities and people of faith to be on the front lines with other communities to show that they are aligned with them in response to how they're responding to what we see as a climate crisis as well as environmental injustices in their community. So one of the things that I want to point out is that we have the Living the Change program, which deals with personal and individual transformation, but we also have what is called the SHINE program, which is investing in energy, renewable energy for everyone. And we are co-founders of this organization. This is this campaign is dedicated to ensuring that we have access to clean, affordable, and reliable energy by 2030 for the 1.1 billion people who lack modern forms of energy. So this is kind of one way we partner, leveraging our resources and our people to kind of help move towards from just individual change to now institutional changes. Then the other initiative that we have been working closely with, and Paul Gesto is here in the house, it's called the People's Climate Movement, and Green Faith has co-sponsored things with them, as well as have committed to working with the People's Climate Movement to make sure that as they work with faith communities, we align with them to show them how these faith communities that seem not to, at first to be interested, right? But when you have people of faith and faith leaders talking to their brothers and sisters in their own faith tradition about the climate issues and what climate justice looks like from a faith-based perspective, then they learn how to join something that's larger than them, called the People's Climate Movement in this context, to help push now for a further agenda of dealing with systemic policy changes that need to happen for us to envision a different world. So I don't know what else, Brother Leo, you want me to talk about it? Leo is he's being modest and humble, but he's a board member, so I'm trying to make sure I cover everything. I'm not a board member. So anything else, Leo, you think I should? That's about it. Okay, cool.
Hey, everybody. So I remembered the part I forgot, sorry. So there's another part of funding inside of USCAN that's outside of the grant program, which is just funding people of color members for some of the work that they do in the network, and I forgot to mention that, bless you. I forgot to mention that part. And I'll pause and say I personally don't love the term people of color, but I understand how it works functionally inside of USCAN. I've gotten people who come up, people who are black, don't call me color, no. And then I've had other folks who were like, person of color, is that just black people? So I've gotten ranges from like different sides. But in terms of the term function, like how it functions inside of USCAN, if you lead one of the action teams are the groups that form out of the priorities that the members vote on at our annual meeting. So once a year, our members come together, they vote. The top 4 things they vote on become action teams. And then the global climate advocacy that I mentioned, which does a lot of the international work, that's always an action team that's sort of grandfathered in just because of what USCAN is and how we relate to our international partners. But if you're a person of color and you're a co-chair of that, you get compensated, and you can, if we've applied for grants for funding specifically for people of color to get to events. So if we're having an in-person meeting, let's say for the Building Power Group, because there's people in here who were at that meeting. We had a meeting for one of the action teams for Building Power from the Grassroots. We have a pocket of money to help fund hotels and travel expenses and then food expenses and stay while we're there that will come for folks. So that's another way that we try to support our members, is by actually funding. He was just there. Where did Jacob go? Well, I was gonna say Jacob is doing some work, doing outreach to tribes out west, and we're hoping to fund him for some of that work, because a lot of they're sort of in rural locations and it takes a while to get up there, and then you gotta deal with folks and do stuff. So we're funding some of that work that he's doing, outreach with tribes out west. So there's that internal funding from members for work that's going on outside of applying for grants. So we also do that. So that, am I allowed to take questions? Or is that you? Well, he has a question. Okay.
No, you take it now.
Okay, yes.
I hope this is not out of line.
No.
What we're talking about funding, and this is not related to funding for organizations. I think all the work that we do is ultimately to affect the lives of some individuals somewhere. Mississippi is a very rural state, and again, this may seem kind of crazy to you, but USDA has money to help do a lot of things. If you are a landowner, you can there are some programs that will provide for you as much as $50,000 a year to do some environmental work on your land, soil and erosion control. And as you know, in this country, I think the U.S. government, our budget is probably, maybe $6 trillion thereabouts, as far as the government is concerned. The federal year ends October 31st of this year, so it means that beginning November 1st, there will be a new pot of money available if the Congress passes it. But just throwing that out, there's something in your areas that may be something there some of your members may be able, individuals may be able to tie into to help do some things on their property, and that could become some income generation avenues for them.
I think that's an excellent point, if I can just comment on that. The whole working lands concept, or how you're, by enrolling in certain programs, how your land can make money for you is really important, and especially to our communities. I know that people of color, sorry, Ishmael, we typically have issues with air property, and sometimes lose land to air property, especially in the South, and people, or people not paying taxes, and wonder, how can I make money, or how can I have money to do certain things? And this is a way to do that, but people don't know about the programs or don't have access to the information. And so I think you bring up a very valid point, and we can get some of that information to Reverend so it can be circulated throughout the network. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Charles, for that. So why am I up here? Well, first I want to talk about Dogwood Alliance, which also does re-granting. And so part of our relationship with folks here and other places is that we serve on some of the board of directors for organizations that do re-granting. So as Malik said, I'm on the board of directors for Green Faith. I'm also on the board of directors for U.S. Climate Action Network and on the board of directors for Dogwood Alliance. And then we serve in an advisory capacity with some groups like Sierra Club and others. And so Dogwood Alliance also does re-granting. Dogwood Alliance is headquartered in Asheville, North Carolina, and its main purpose, our main purpose, is to defend the forests, because large-scale logging and those things actually are detrimental to our communities, particularly in the midst of this climate crisis. And a lot of folks don't realize that the Southeast is the world's largest provider of wood products, that our trees are being cut down at 4 times the rate of trees being cut down in the Amazon River forest, and also that when we go to communities like Britton's Neck and Sellers, and when we went with Michaela Sherrod and others, talked to farmers who were impacted by Hurricane Michael in these communities where the trees have been cut down, the floods are worse, because the trees are God's and nature's natural defense against flooding. They filter our water, and they also remove carbon from the air, the kind of carbon that contributes to our current climate crisis. In fact, the IPCC has said that we need to plant 1 trillion trees worldwide, because we're losing trees so much. And I heard on CNN a scientist say, when the fires were raging in Brazil, in Amazon forest, he literally did something. I want you to join me with it. Take 1 breath, let it out. Take the second breath, let it out. Third breath, let it out. 4th breath, let it out. 1 more 5th breath, let it out. That 5th breath came from the oxygen that trees release, and that 5th breath comes from the oxygen released by the Amazon forest, which is currently burning. So Dogwood Alliance works with communities like Deborah David and others that are fighting wood pellet plants like Enviva, also fighting now plants in Lucedale, Mississippi, so Southern Echo, Echo, One Voice, 3 organizations that we've been able to leverage $60,000 to help them with that fight to not have this plant being built in the environmental justice community. And that's really important, because Enviva, which is the largest wood pellet company in the world, recently announced to their shareholders that they plan on building 13 additional plants in the Southeast. South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, and Georgia. And so this is a really important fight. And so we are blessed, and there's a lot of people in the room that we work with and have gotten funding, and I think it's 8 organizations that we help bring into USCAN. So what we look for partnerships, we look for ways that we can work together in collaboration so that we can bring more funding to the South, because the South has more polluters than any other region in the country. We're the poorest region in the country. With 53% African Americans reside in the South. 1 million Spanish-speaking people reside in the South, and we're being impacted right now by every climate change impact that you can imagine, with the exception of one. So we have flooding, we have hurricanes, we have tornadoes, we have more wildfires than California, but they're smaller. We have cold, we have snow in our mountain areas, we have heat waves, we have droughts. The only thing we don't have when we talk about climate impacts are glaciers, because we don't have glaciers in the South, do we? And so it's really important that as you meet with people and you network with people, that we form these collaborations and partnerships, because one of the things you'll find when you apply for most funding, I'll go as far to say most funding, is that they're going to ask, who do you partner and collaborate with? So the days of just trying to get funding for individual organizations are pretty much very narrow, almost gone. And then the last thing is that we, and when I say we, all three of our host organizations, we work together. So when you see Chief Paul, Loretta Slater, Rashard Cade, we're all members of the same church, Kingdom Living Temple, but we sit on the board, or we serve as volunteers for other organizations in our area as well. And so that's what many of you know. We're really focused on helping folks everywhere and internationally with the work that we do with Green Faith and with USCAN. But we're really focused on the South and how we can build partnerships, collaboration. A lot of the funders, if you participated in the Justice First tour, really love that platform that we created in all 12 southern states. And so with that being said, if there are, what time is it? Oh my God, we got to get out of here. Are there any questions? We'll take a few questions. Any of the funders? Okay. No? Good. I'm sorry, not good. I need to, okay, good. I need to rest before I preach tonight.
Well, this actually might be a little bit for you. I was going to say, one thing I left out when I was talking about membership with USCAN are dues. For membership, we have a tiered dues system that goes by how much the annual budget for your organization is. So if your budget's $300,000 or less, dues are $75. If it's $300,000 to $600,000, dues are $100. And for groups that have there's 7 tiers. And for groups that, I'm gonna skip up, for groups that have 8 million or more budgets, it's $5,000. For the folks who are, but you know, I'm trying to remember what the third one up is. I think it's 150 for the 600,000 to $1 million budget. So if you're in the bottom 3 in terms of dues, it's typically $75, $100, $150 for dues for the year. I will say that last year, Dogwood Alliance, and I don't know if they might be willing to do that again, they gave over a pot of money to help fund paying dues for some of the members who were coming out of North Carolina and out of, I'm trying to remember, they called it the Tree Network. It was something like that. It was tree themed. It might have been a Leaf Network. It was something like that. And are they left? Okay, good. But Dogwood gave some money to pay for folks' dues who were coming out of North Carolina and South Carolina who worked with them. So they might be willing to do that again. But I just wanted to mention that part.
And so we're going to close out. I just want to say one thing, and it's about supporting financially organizations that support us in the work that we do. Okay, and that's from Sierra Club, which has so much money there. How long you worked there, Bill? 17 years. He still can't find out where all the money is, right? So from groups like Sierra Club down to groups like Green Faith and, yeah, y'all somewhere in between, aren't y'all, in EDF, right? Not as much as Sierra Club. Oh, she said they hanging with Sierra Club. Okay. Oh, God, so y'all got 200 million. Y'all got more than, okay, all right, I'm talking, Bill, I'm sorry, I'm buddying up to the wrong person.
We got one more question back here.
Okay,
Rev.
well, let me finish with this, we'll take the question. It's really important that we support groups like Green Faith and all of them, but Green Faith, USCAN, which give a large portion of their money to groups like us. The 30th anniversary for U.S. Climate Action Network was this month, and I know that Friday we raised $50,000. I don't know what the total was. Do you after Friday?
Last I heard was
$70,000. And so whether you're giving $25 or $10 or whatever, that money comes back to support the work that folks like you are doing, okay? So we have a question.
Yeah, Reverend, thank you. Alex Easdale, Southeast Climate and Energy Network. So shout out to Sierra Club and EDF. They've sponsored our convenings. We just had one yesterday at Living Kingdom Temple, our second for the year. So thank you to Loretta and Reverend Woodbury and Chief. Amazing event yesterday. My question is for Ishmael, though. So obviously I've been with USCAN, as a consultant, and now I'm the executive director of SEN, which was born out of USCAN. I also participated in the re-granting process as a committee member for the last 2 years, not this year. My question is, your program is wildly successful, and these grants are having a major impact for the work that our USCAN members are doing. Is there a plan, a strategy to bring in more funding for that specific program?
So there is a fundraising plan, and we've had I'm trying to think if it was specifically for the collaborative grants, or if it was for the collaborative grants and other things that are going on. But so we have a staffer, Jameer, who some folks in the room have met before. He works on the systems team. I'm on the engagement team at USCAN, so it splits into two: engagement, who do more of the forward-facing work, and then systems, which is sort of a mix of human resource operations and fundraising. So Jameer's job at USCAN is actually switching to be a lot more fundraising. He actually was the main staffer who coordinated the 30th year fundraiser. So that was his first big fundraising event, 70 grand plus, so shout out to him. And see, now you can tell him I said something nice about him. But we are thinking about fundraising and strategy at our, what is that thing called that you go to as a staff?
The plan is to raise $1 million more than our current budget. So the plan is to raise $1 million more than our current budget, but that will not be for re-granting alone. There's some other organizing things that are upcoming that's really important, especially when we look at the 2020 elections and stuff, okay? Any more questions?
Another question.
So listening to all of this, is there any money out there to plant trees?
For what? Money for what?
Planting trees.
Well, planting trees is a little more complicated, and that's one of the things that Dogwood is looking at. So when you look at planting trees, and you look at large-scale logging, clear cutting, those sorts of things, you're actually removing an ecosystem. So you have different types of trees and shrubbery and vines and all of that. And we have insects, birds, mammals, reptiles, etc., who live in that ecosystem, and it's not separate from us. And so if we just plant trees without considering what kind of ecosystem we're either putting back in place or expanding, then we may lose something like the honeybee. A lot of us know that the honeybees are dying, and if the honeybees disappear, that means there's nothing to pollinate our food sources. And so planting trees are good, but we have to do it in a way where we make sure that we're contributing to or replacing the ecosystem that exists in Pacific geographical areas.
And that's a given when I asked the question. I went to Beijing maybe 2 years ago, and they are planting trees like crazy.
Right.
India, same thing. You know, if we're going to plant trees, yes, we're going to replace them with the ones that were there. But it's horrible. I'm driving down the highway, and just to see how the place is being denuded, right? So it's not rocket science. So I want to know, is there any money?
Yeah, so we're looking at that and struggling, but right now what's going on, and I don't want to call names, but right now there's a lot of programs out there that are funding planting trees, but not necessarily with ecosystems, creating the ecosystems we need. And so that's something that we need to lift up and talk about, and talk with some of the larger funders that have the money and see if they will fund something like that. Okay? Yeah. One of the things that happens with campaigns and when we build partnerships and address issues like you're talking about, and we go to talk to funders and we're able to say, we have 12 organizations in 5 states that want to do something, that increases our power and our leverage with funders a lot more than if we go individually. That's why I lifted up the example of what's going on in Mississippi, because when we were fighting that plant, Southern Echo and others with Dogwood Alliance sat down, and also with Reverend Mack, I think, who's gone from Charlotte, sat down, formed a collaboration, put together a plan, and then we were able to go to different funders and get the money. So there probably are some that we can approach, but right now I don't know of any, and I'm not an expert in that realm, but I don't know of any that are funding replanting trees where we either expand or replace ecosystems that have been destroyed. And one other thing, she raises a really good point. When you're on the highway, that's a good place to see how widespread the logging is, because you'll see trees, what they call a beauty strip, and then you look behind them, there's no trees, or they have hidden the clear-cut logging, or you'll ride along and you'll see one type of tree like pine trees, and you'll notice they're all planted in rows like crops. That's not natural, okay? So if you see me later, well, we already said we're gonna talk about something else. That's something that we can talk about, okay? Any other
Another
questions?
question.
I just want to ask, the work that we do, that I do in my community, like working with the young people there and the senior citizen, how can we get funded? I mean, how can we apply for a grant to the work that I do in my community? Marion County.
What kind of work are you talking about? What issue?
Well, working with the young people there, you know, trying to educate them on the environment and different things like that in the community, what we can do, our senior citizens, to make them be aware of what's going on around in the community, to help them save their homes and things like that.
So you're talking about an educational grant for seniors or for seniors, young people, the entire community?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there are some things available, and we can talk offline because, you know, we're actually looking at doing some things in Britten's Neck, and we've spoken with some funders for Marion County. So we don't know whether or not the funding is going to get approved, and there's a component to it for economic development, creating opportunities to create businesses and wealth in that area. And so, but like I said, when we deal with environmental issues and climate change, we're all in the same boat. So one of the things we're trying to move away from is being siloed or segmented and being more inclusive. But we've actually, some of the people that we brought down there, we're actually talking with some funders about dealing with the wetlands there, the trees being cut down, and the flooding, and the fact that I think it's 3 times people been evacuated from there, right? 2015, 2016, and last year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's something we're working on, but it'll be for the entire community, not just for seniors.
You also apply to
Do you have something to add?
I was just saying you can apply to USCAN and then see.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying you could always apply to USCAN and then apply into the grant program that I mentioned earlier, and then Reverend Woodbury would be able to.
Join USCAN.
Okay.
I have a comment more than anything, but to answer some of the questions over here for the lady, I forgot your name. What was your name? Yes. One of the things that actually Leo was saying is that, planting the same type of tree is not very good for the environment because it loses the biodiversity. And one of the things that we're facing right now is that Dogwood is facing is the saying that, oh yeah, we're planting trees. We're facing the Forest Service and they're saying, yeah, we're replanting the trees, but they're replanting the trees with the same species, which is pine plantations. They're doing tons of pine plantations, and we just have this research that we just released 2 weeks ago. And basically in that research, we find out that pine plantations, one of the biggest problems, planting the same species of tree, in this case pines, absorb carbon 15% less than a natural forest. And this time of climate crisis is really important to really see those figures that yes, we're planting trees that are the same species, but because of that, is 50% less carbon absorption. And we have this report. So if you want, we can give it to you.
Thank you. Can we take, if there's one more question, we'll take one more question. And if there's other people, those of us who are here will be available after we close out.
Dinner on your own.
Okay. All right, so can we give a round of applause to everyone up here? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for all the interaction. We want to thank all of the panelists, all of the moderators. We want to thank our indigenous brothers and sisters. Let's thank everyone. Let's put our hands together. Thank everyone. Okay, so our green worship service is at 7 tonight, and then we convene again in the morning. For those, we have some folks who could only come tomorrow, so registration will be open at 8 a.m., and then we'll start at 9, and we'll have another full day. Anybody made any good connections? Okay, great. That's what this conference is all about. Creating a climate for change. In order to have a change, you have to have the proper climate. We know about that because we had a good climate for change with the former president, but it's awfully stormy. Oh, I didn't mean anything about that. It's awfully stormy now, and it's not a good climate for change. And the people who make the climate are the people who are in this room, because change begins with you. So we hope that you have a good night. Please come back and join us if you can for the worship service, which is a great celebration. And if you can't make it, we'll see you tomorrow, okay? So good night. And we want to lift up also, there's a lot of activities downtown. If you want to leave some money with some people of color eateries, then we suggest that you can go to Aloft or the Jazz Place on Dargan Street, or if you like seafood, like a lot of us did last time, you can go to Blue Tide on Second Loop Road. Everything is within 10 minutes, 15 minutes of either where you're staying or the conference location. So good night, all who are not coming back, and for everybody else who is coming back, as we stay in church, make sure you have your shouting shoes on. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, the service is here, right in this room.